It's played nicely by Higgins. Just the single. Not going anywhere quickly at the moment, Middlesex, but it's grim out there at the moment. It feels like it could be quickly coming off at any moment. In fact, the umpires can't be far off taking a light meter reading in this light. Did you say they just radioed that? Floodlights might be about to come on. Looks as though they just radioed something, the umpires. Has hit us really quickly, this light. It looks as though that rain will hit us as well. Oh, what's that? Are we still off? Look above the pavilion now. Oh, wow. Is that them? No, what is that? Oh, it's a B-52. Oh, look, here they come. Wow, wow, wow. Well, flyover through the centre of London. Here's the first of it. That one's going over the top of the pavilion. Is that a B-52? Something like it. There's another two immediately behind it. There's another two behind it, Dan, really big ones. They're just going behind the flats now. They're going to disappear because they're going low. They're going in a different direction. Behind the pavilion, there's two of them. If you go quick, really quick. There's a third one coming now. There's a whole load of them coming. Right, go wide shot. Two more above the pavilion at the moment. And one of the, well, it looked like a 747, the one on the top that you'll see there. The lower one was something along the lines of the B-52.
Yeah, these will be part of the 80th anniversary celebrations of VE Day.
Just about to see another one come behind that flat in a moment. This one, much bigger military aircraft as well.
The floodlights on here at Lords as the plane's flying past, but the players just fully focused on their job in hand. We can tell you a little bit about these planes as they head towards Buckingham Palace, where crowds are gathering. There's a much smaller crowd here gathered at Lords, no less entertained though.
Oh, that one gets through, skidding through the lights on here at Lords. Escort for the latest one that's just gone overhead in the distance there. You'll just see over the top of the pavilion a couple of fighter jets either side of looked like a passenger jet, whatever it was. Just see the, should be able to pick them up on your screens there. The two jets disappear into the distance and allow the plane on its way.
Very fortunately placed here, looking from the media centre as the Red Arrow formation gathers together just to our left. A magnificent sight. The players absolutely tucked into the game going on. We're the lucky ones who we can just see the V shape. I think there's 6 red arrows and another 3 behind them.
Just about be able to pick them up over the pavilion now in the distance. For the first time actually you can see they're red as they hit the distance over there. There's a bit of light. It's been a miserable sky over London.
Doesn't matter how old you are, something magical about the red arrows flying in formation. The skill required to manoeuvre those aircrafts in such tight spaces. I can see them off in the distance, but no less skill going on the field of play.
Wait, is the cricket out there? 160 for 3. It's a beautiful ball. Did he nick it? Umpires. That's the question. Really get much of it.
This contest between Parkinson and Holman then continuing. And Holman, I think, playing very sensibly, trying to get forward to the balls as Parkinson sends it above the eye line.
Away it goes and races. A red arrow of our own all across the outfield for 4.
Yeah, that's a really good shot there from Holman. Ball tossed up, maybe just slightly off line there for Parkinson as he came out of his crease, danced down the pitch, got right to the pitch of the ball. Don't think the ball's going to turn quite as much off the straight, but he's played that in such a way not to give it a chance to spin.
End of the over, 7 off it. The required rate is below 200. 198 more. The required total, I should say, is below 200. 198 more runs required there. 167 for 3. One of those is the night watch, which is worth reminding anybody only tuning in this afternoon. Brooks gone for 10. But the last player to walk off the field while he was limping is Stephen Eskenazi, retired, not out for 39. A back spasm taking him out of the chase.
Luke Holman, Ryan Higgins done a good job to make sure that they didn't lose players in quick succession after Eskenazi's retirement. A lot of hands in pockets out there for the Kent fielders. An indication, not so much of disinterest, but more of the fact that it's really quite cold out there with the wind blowing through. But there haven't been too many opportunities for Kent to take. They haven't created too many chances so far here today. One ball finding the outside edge of Eskinazi's bat from Joey Everson early on, but it cannoned straight into the thigh of wicketkeeper standing up. That apart, been all Middlesex.
Maiden for Garrett. His 6th maiden in 16, 1 for 31. Middlesex 167 for 3.
And is it at this stage of the game where Kent really looking for someone to prise open an end and almost kind of take the game by the scruff of the neck? They haven't got anyone of extreme pace that sort of can take a pitch out of the equation. And they're hoping that it can be Parkinson with a leg spinner. Give it a good rip that he might be able to make something happen, but it hasn't as yet.
Single into Richards, sweeping up below all Father Time.
That's a 50 for Luke Holman. Batted very nicely indeed. 7 fours, 107 balls, and he's looked really secure out there. Playing his first championship match of the season, and he's doing a good job for his team. 50 not out. You just get the sense that he's got a method that's working for him. The challenge against the leg spinner, dealing with those foot marks, but he seems to be picking up the length a little bit better now, having been out there for some time.
I think lunch came at a good time for Middlesex in terms of Higgins was fresh to the crease, rather than have to see through another 10 minutes, then get in and out again. Back out there now, try and get a chunk of this afternoon. But I wondered somebody to have a little word with Holman at lunch. He's certainly a lot more on the front foot after the interval, isn't he? Try not to say too much, don't you, during an innings, in an interval. There, by the way, is that grey stuff that's passed overhead where we thought we would be coming off for rain. We've got very, very lucky. It's all gone around us. Sliding down. Top ball ends the over. 3 singles to begin, 3 dots to finish. 170 for 3.
Nice conversation there between Holman and Higgins, H&H. Feeling pretty good about things. Luke Holman, as I say, playing his first championship match of the season, looking to find a way to stay in the side if and when Luce Deploy returns. Middlesex do have a week off next week before they take on high-flying Leicestershire. So runs here for Holman will do him no harm at all when it comes to selection meeting. His primary concern, though, clearly trying to get Middlesex ever closer to that target of 365. Still a way away to go, but they're in the game as there's another bowling change from the nursery end. It's going to be Joey Everson to return to the attack, and just moving the short silly mid off to a silly mid on. One slip and a fine gully as Everson will start again.
Through square leg, they've got a couple here. Big in-swinger to the left-hander. Everson away swing for Higgins when he comes on to strike. The slope moving with the swing that he naturally generates.
Just see in the background Jack leaning. Looks like he might be warming up, getting himself stretched out for a little bowl as well. There's no Daniel Bell-Drummond on the field at the moment, but so Jack Leaning seemingly doing the captaincy work at the moment. I think he might be thinking about bringing himself on for a bit of off spin, bit of spin in a different direction.
Short and onto the legs. Holman just guiding this one around the corner rather than the clip that he had through square already. 192 more. Not quite halfway there, but Geddes to come. Davies, Safa Gohar and Roland Jones as your 9 and 10. Obviously Middlesex be very keen that they don't need to leave it that far down to the tail. It's brightening up in the south, which is where the rain just sailed through.
Looks like Heathrow's up and running again. We just spotted after the fun of the red arrows flying past for VE Day celebrations. Just the usual Boeings and Airbuses now.
.62 done. 173 for 3.
Just the most minor of changes to the field. Mid-on just pushing back ever so slightly, not all the way back. Maybe trying to tempt Holman out of his crease again.
Oh, now Higgins. He's not going to be able to give it the umpire because... Oh, he's walked. He's walked, I think. The umpire had his back turned. And I wonder, should Higgins have let the umpire make the decision because the umpire was taking evasive action? Well, Higgins has stopped now. Higgins has stopped. And I do wonder, can you walk on a run out? He's going back to the square leg umpire. He's forgotten his jumper. Well, there have been a few times in the match now that batters have survived. Watch the umpire though. He's not going to be able to give that. Higgins gives it himself and walks off. Very honest cricket from Ryan Higgins. Back he goes. 173 for 4 Middlesex, and a real blow.
Well, we've been talking about the challenge and the match-up between Holman and Parkinson, and it has resulted in a wicket. Not quite in the way that either man expected, but the ball before, we did talk about the slight change in the field with the mid-on going a little bit further back, not quite back, tempting Holman to see if he could come out of his crease and play that aggressive stroke. Maybe he was trying to go a little more aerial than he actually ended up doing, because in the end it was just the right height for Parkinson to stick out a hand, flicks his fingers on the way through to the stumps, and that is part of the plan that Parkinson was looking for. He's trying to encourage Holman out of his crease and try and take on mid-on and mid-off. He did so, but it's cost Higgins his wicket at the non-striker's end, so a little victory there for Kent. The umpire did turn his back as the ball arrived at the stumps out of self-preservation, but it was clearly out. Bat was in the air, well short of the ground. I think even the square leg umpire probably could have given it if need be. So no question of Higgins trying to style it out and seeing if he could get away with one there.
wow. That has popped. Nearly popped back to the bowler. On 74 for 4.
And that's what you would call hard hands there. Right at the start of his innings, Ben Geddes pushing hard at the ball. And there's also maybe a slight change in the way that players play against spin, really trying to use their bat, get the bat out in front of the pads, and that ball there just popping off a length and getting Kent interested. They had an extra catcher in there for the new batter. Feels like now they've got an end open, they'll be going on the attack as soon as Geddes is at the right end.
The weather's been very kind to this match today. Kind to the side batting as well. It doesn't feel like they've had to bat for too long under leaden skies, and there have been some seriously heavy skies around Lords throughout today. Got away with it just before the start of play, delayed start by 10 minutes. Brought lunch a little early. There was that one patch which has just gone over us in the last 20 minutes or so that they had to get through. That was particularly grim. The sun breaking through once more. Still 60 overs remaining, 190 more required for Middlesex, 6 wickets. For Kent, although it may only be 5 with Eskenazi retired, not out. Big moment for Middlesex, this big moment for Ben Geddes. He's gone really nicely since his arrival from Surrey this year. He's still awaiting that big score. He's gone back and across, which gave umpire Bailey the chance to make a decision. He does raise a hand, but only to tap his knee.
Bowler Jerry Everson there asking the umpire what was that missing. Have a look at the replay. See how far across Geddes gets. Ball angling away down the leg side. No real danger there.
Good again from umpire Bailey, wasn't it? That was always angling down. that one forcing. Drop ball and made an over for Parkinson. 176 for 4.
It's really nicely bowled there by Parkinson, not giving Geddes anything free. They're on the attack now, Kent. 3 close catches for Geddes. Field more slightly spread out for Holman, but they're persisting with the silly mid-on for Everson. Just the one slip and a fine gully.
Need to well to get that one past umpire Bailey. Benjamin going first, bowler following.
Looks like the bat just flicking the back pad as the ball came through there. Benjamin delighted with the catch.
He's bowling well at the moment, Joey Everson, but I'm not sure he's bowling that well.
Sometimes you want a bowler on from both ends when they're doing a good job for you.
There's only 2 Joey Eversons. Is that the chant we hear at Canterbury?
.65 overs on the ball. So you don't usually see 3 slips in those circumstances, but Kent going on the attack here, trying to get rid of Geddes nice and early.
Off the mark. A couple through the covers for Geddes. .179 for 4.
So 186 still required for Middlesex. They've got 6 wickets left, although Steve Eskenazi is currently retired out, not out, following a back spasm. Parkinson will continue though. He's into a good spell here.
Mentioning the big smiles that were there all morning for Kent. They should still have them. Wicket of Higgins, the injury to Eskenazi. It's just keeping the balance in the favour of the visitors, I'd suggest. Again, 2 quick wickets now, and Middlesex's minds might even be turning to the draw rather than trying to keep that run rate down, required run rate. But you can just see on the face of Parkinson there, not quite the number of smiles that there were earlier today, a little more pensive. The Kent faces, he's wicketless still, Parkinson, so he'll be grimacing for that reason alone. Feel an awful lot better if he can affect that wicket column. Well set field at the moment. They're drying up the Middlesex runs.
There'll be lots of fans tuning in to see whether Kent can force a victory here. Got a text message yesterday from someone very interested in seeing how Kent's getting on. Former coach Jimmy Adams was tuning in. I don't know whether he's still following the stream. If you are, Jimmy, hello.
Another former Sunbury cricketer. We're going through the local clubs today, haven't we? Sunbury, Catford Wanderers. Who else were we mentioning that were involved out there? Richmond, of course, Compton.
Quite a few will be paying very close attention to the outcome of this game. Lots of connections between the two clubs, of course. Mentioned that Jack Leaning was warming up a couple of overs ago, been doing a bit of stretching. Now he's going to come and have his first bowl of this second innings.
It's a little bit too much fly on that one, just a single though. Single squirts through. More forceful from Harmel on this one, but again just the single. Did get some real turn and bounce on that first evening when he was first throwing the ball.
He's really trying to attack those footmarks around the leg stump of Geddes. Got a leg slip and a short leg, as well as a man on the leg side catching on the drive, although he's going to move now maybe into a more orthodox slip. So 2 slips and the man just catching it short mid wicket. Tidy enough first over from leaning, but 4 runs coming from it, so it goes to show that runs are, or can be, straightforwardly able to come by here. Lots of gaps in the field, and Middlesex could just tick along, picking up the singles as they go. Run rate, you can see there, required just over 3 and over, so plenty of time in this game. And Kent just trying to find a way to keep prizing wickets at one end. Got 2 men catching on the offside now, as well as a forward short leg. You can see those 2 fielders there almost touching hands at cover, waiting for a catch on the drive there.
Now, oh, it's through. Well, been waiting for a chance. Eskenazi had to limp off. Higgins run out, backing up. Nearly the first chance of the 4th day. They're looking at each other. Oh, statuesque.
That's exactly what they were put there for. And Geddes managing to split them perfectly.
Oh my goodness me. I thought he'd mistimed that run for a moment. Mistimed the dive, but
slightly sketchy start this from Ben Geddes, almost putting his partner into all sorts of bother. Holman diving for his life, but a very sketchy start to his innings so far from Geddes, and I'll just talk about that previous shot in just a moment.
it's better. Holman just controlling the single to mid-on. Direct hit, and I reckon Holman's long gone here. It was tight.
So again, another interesting over there. 5 runs from it, but almost a chance to dismiss Ben Geddes, and just got to think a little bit about game management. In the first innings, Kent set the trap for Geddes with a deep square leg right from the start of day 2, and he fell into the trap, pulling a short ball straight to the man positioned for him. Well, they set another trap for him there, 2 men catching on the offside, and he almost tried to offer some catching practice. So just want to try and not fall into any more traps, Ben Geddes.
Pressure's building out there, isn't it?
Lots of space for Geddes on the offside, just in front of square. Maybe tuck it round the corner on the leg side. That's what he wants to do, just rotate the strike, bring Holman back down to the striker's end. There's lots of space for singles out there.
Just a couple of singles in the over. 191 for 4. They've tilted the balance though, haven't they? 174 more required. The lights tilting the balance again. They've been turned off, the floodlights. They might be coming back on imminently. We've got that feel of another shower. Will we be lucky and avoid it once more? Still an hour and 5 minutes to tea.
Ten overs left on this ball if they want it. With the gaps in the field, there is opportunities for Middlesex just to keep rotating the strike. Trap set again here with those two catchers on the offside for Geddes. Much more solid there from Geddes. Don't think he'll be driving too readily outside the off stump at the moment.
Just dab him. A single. That's better. .194 for 4. You can see the light there. That's not an illusion at all on our screens. It is that dark at Lord's. So I'll have to get those floodlights back on in a moment. .194 for 4. They flick the switch, the floodlights are on. LED lights here, so it's not a case of warming up, it's just on they go. You can see the reflection on the helmets of the batters.
It's brilliant if you can zoom out of that one, please.
That's the. This is what's causing the problem. It's coming over our left shoulder, over the top of the edge. Everything would suggest that we're in for an interruption. The good thing is the wind out there is so strong. Oh wow! Has he put it down? Leaning thought he had him. Don't think he did. Umpire Bailey has a look over the back of the media centre. The wind is so strong at the moment that whatever it is, hopefully it'll go on quickly. Plunging forward to that, a slip and a slide from Richards, but at 45 he prevents the single. The other matter at the moment actually is they have taken a light meter reading in this game, and there's blue skies over the top of the Warner stand, so I suppose down in the middle from the umpire's perspective they're probably looking immediately up and half the sky is grim and black, the other half is light and shades of blue in there. Turn and bounce. That was that ball on the first evening from Leaning that made us all sit up. Coleman's still looking pretty measured out there. He moves to 65. Let's have a look again. I'm pretty sure umpire Bailey, it was a shake of the head when Leaning politely inquired afterwards, was there an edge? No.
There's been a couple of those bat flicking the pad, getting Kent all excited. But the umpires, takes more than that to get a reaction out of them. Parkinson continuing really into his work here, and Holman been absolutely equal to it thus far.
Oh, Holman gets away with that. Goodness me, that could have gone anywhere. Thick inside edge, pinballs. Look at that, could have gone anywhere.
That ball turning sharply out of that foot mark. Holman trying to get at the ball.
Bisects the field with that. Deep backward square and deep mid wicket.
Much more confident looking stroke there from Holman. When he's come down the track to play aggressively, things haven't gone so well for Middlesex. A strong sweep there, bringing 4 runs.
No. Camera's just looking over the right shoulder of the umpire there, and you can see a fair bit of the off stump, which gives you an idea that the umpire would have seen a lot of the off stump. think you're looking over the umpire's right shoulder there, and not only could you see all of off, that front pad wasn't blocking middle stump either. It was only the back pad that was blocking middle, so sliding down. The light eases again for a moment, the pressure doesn't. 200 for 4. 165 more to win for Middlesex. 6 wickets, but perhaps only 5 for Kent.
Yeah, another strong appeal there from Matt Parkinson. I wouldn't put too much store in that. He's appealed strongly for lots of inside edges onto pads as well, but that one there just looked like it was following the line of the ball. Didn't really grip or turn towards the stump, so I think the umpire quite right to turn him down, but he's desperate for a breakthrough here.
Full bung up. Holman happily takes 2.
I think the big thing for Parkinson in that over was just the way that Holman tried to get at him and come down the pitch and be aggressive without success. That should give Parkinson much more optimism. Holman's been out there for a long time now, and if he wants to, I mean, he really could just continue to milk the bowling into the gaps and pick up the singles quite happily. But the fact that he still wants to try and take on Parkinson will encourage the bowler.
No ball called. Umpire Bailey leading will be kicking himself for that. 160 more to win. I do think with that second new ball, 6 overs away now, 50 overs left in the day, 160 more to win. Middlesex really need these two to get it down to double figures.
And it's going to be interesting what does happen with that second new ball, although it's not going to be happening anytime soon. That rain is on its way and the umpires reacting quickly. Stumps out the ground. You can see it here in the media centre. It's the backdrop of the pavilion starting to fall. Cover starting up, about to make its way out to the pitch, and hopefully this shower doesn't last too long. Fascinating, poised game here at Lord's. 6 for 4, still with another 159 required. Kent on the hunt for those 6 wickets. Team's very much feeling like they're in this.
Yeah, what I would say is that the light was really grim just a few moments ago. It actually feels like the light's a little bit better. It's almost as though some of that really darker stuff you can see just creeping across the left of the screen there with the boards behind that. There's a lot more, a few banks of that behind now the tavern stand over the top of old Father Time, who as we speak he swings immediately to the south, or immediately indeed to the north. That's where it's coming from at the moment over our right shoulders as we look on. We're still 55 minutes from the scheduled tea interval on the final day, so we were lucky with lunch that the last band of rain came in during the lunch interval. We were relatively lucky this morning in that it only delayed the start by 10 minutes. Both sides right now I think will be very, very keen on this being a short delay. You'll see the umpires there in the doorway of the longer in the doorway of the pavilion. They haven't gone anywhere, the umpires, and the ground staff aren't rushing as they did at lunch indeed, to get the covers on. The umpires have taken a seat in the back tier. I don't suppose we can get that, can we? Back tier of the pavilion. They're sitting down. That's a lovely sight, actually. A lovely shot, the two of them there. Umpire Bailey and his colleague sat together like a couple of old mates at the back of the pavilion. So, rain stops play here at Lord's. 159 off 49.2 overs when they came off. We are going to start losing time straight away on this one. With this latest delay, we already lost 2 this morning due to the 10-minute delay to the start. The second new ball is still 6.2 overs away for Kent. That's going to be crucial. We were just saying that these two really, with 159 more, it feels like Holman on 73. He's only 9 runs shy of his highest first-class score, Luke Holman. Ben Geddes with him on 42. That very unfortunate run out of Higgins, and as such, run out backing up Higgins. Eskenazi limping off, retired, not out. Kent really haven't taken a wicket with the ball today, and that's some good news for Middlesex. However, with the second new ball around the corner, they're not far away, you'd imagine.
Yeah, that's right. It's, as I say, very delicately poised here. Kent haven't really had much joy with this older ball. They've trusted the leg spin of Matt Parkinson. He sent down 19 overs so far in this innings. Hasn't picked up a wicket yet, but it's been interesting watching him go about his work. You do get the sense that that second new ball is where Kent are really going to make their push for victory. But as long as Middlesex can have 2 well-set batters out in the middle, gives them the best chance of dealing with that. And of course then with a slightly harder ball, maybe the runs can flow as well.
Umpires are coming to have a look. Umpires walking down the pavilion steps now, the gates open and jackets off, they're coming out. And I think we could be in for an immediate resumption here. The hover cover, take that off, bud. The hover cover is on, but they haven't brought out anything else, and everything is pretty much ground to a halt out there, which is good news. You can see a few of the spectators as well. They're not ducking for cover. It's not particularly raining at the moment, if raining at all. So the jackets came off. They were sat on the back row of the pavilion, the lower tier of the pavilion there. The jackets came off so that they could come on to... isn't cricket wonderful? So that they could come on and have a chat with Carl, the head groundsman, who goes across now. I'm not sure that particularly this break in play either way favours or does any damage to either side, really. I think Middlesex are just settling themselves down after a nervy few moments. Look at the scoreboard, and again, it's an easy game from up here. The chat, you'd imagine, between the pair was, hold on, settle down. There's a second new ball around the corner. Geddes is the last recognised batter. Let's have a look at the umpires now. Any signal whatsoever to either dressing room? Nobody in either dressing room's looking particularly interested, actually. Nobody out the window. Might have been, yeah, there's a few peeking out of the home dressing room now to see what the umpires say. Let's just see what the umpires say first, mate. There's a few peeking out of the Kent dressing room as well, but there's no signal from the umpires to say back on, so it looks as though they're going to go off and have a quick chat. We've got no indication from them on field. There's one arm going up, but I don't think it was particularly indicated to either dressing room anything, so the umpires will go and have a chat with the dressing room. We'll get an immediate answer for you from here at Lord's. First, let's run a few words from our sponsors. The live enhanced stream comes to you in association with Daffabet. Or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't. He hasn't. He has. What a catch. Edged and gone first ball. Second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Tap, ball, catch, throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk. This holiday at Middlesex Cricket.
Well, welcome back to Lords, everybody. The good news is play is about to resume. It was only a short, sharp shower, which is a mighty relief to all of us watching on, because it's a good game bubbling up here. It looks like we have lost 2 overs. 49.2 it was. It's down to 47.2 on the board opposite. So a couple of overs gone. That's 4 in total in the day now. Yep, you're right. 3 overs gone, so we've lost 5 in the day. It's 46.2 to go. So, fielders are back. Paul was coming out of the stairwell when I was coming in. He might have run to get a cup of tea. Have a look out the back window, see if you need to bang for him. 206 for 4 it is then. There is 45 minutes to tea on the final day of this game. Circa 12 overs, so that'd leave us 34 after tea to be bowled. Leaning resumes, leg side on that one, and away it goes fine. A couple of runs here. optimistic shout from Leaning. I'm pretty sure that that was the bottom edge of the bat rather than just taking a little bit of the pad on the way through, and no signal for umpire Bailey. So runs for Holman. He's on to 75. He's 7 shy of equaling his highest first-class score. Nicely bowled, a little bit of rag on that. Holman suggesting with his hand signal, over complete, 208 for 4, another 157 required for a Middlesex victory. The live enhanced stream here at Lords in association with Daffabelt. I'm Kevin Hand, alongside me this afternoon, Dean Wilson.
Yeah, just 6 overs left to be bowled with this older ball. Middlesex enjoying just picking up runs fairly straightforwardly against these 2 spinners. Parkinson Holman contest has been a fascinating one to watch. I think Geddes has already had a reminder of the challenge.
Lots of flight on that, driven to Leaning,
and he's finding those 2 men stationed for a catch on the offside. Got to be watchful there.
There you go again. This time to Crawley, the first of the 2. It felt like it was getting pretty claustrophobic out there before that delay for Middlesex, and I wondered if that little break just come at a good time, actually. Just to clear minds, clear thoughts.
Geddes certainly looks to be playing with fairly hard hands. Wants to get at the ball, field bat and ball.
Makes for a powerful middle order for Middlesex, with Leas Deploy missing in this game usually at floor. Holman is a fine understudy, as he's proving. Higgins, the usual 5, and now Geddes now down at 6. Oh, just stretching for that one a little again. He gets it away. And the least convincing of the drives in the over brings him the single. Cricket, 204 for 9. .209 for 4 it is then, so Geddes will keep the strike. 48 balls he's faced, so he's just starting to get there, to get himself in. He's got a big job to do here. 156 more required. 209 for 4. Dropping short, Leaning. It's a big boundary, and that actually gives the chance for the subfielder to get around. I think that's Finch down there who's scurried around on the ropes. Action again, but a single straight to him this time. Went from my 2 favourite grounds away from Lords, from Hove to Canterbury. 2 best away trips on the circuit.
Don't like going north much, Kev?
Where? Merchant Taylor School's in Watford, isn't it?
I think those who live in Northwood would be, or Moore Park, should I say, would be a little disappointed to hear that description.
For the wider audience. It's the Watford gap that's usually quoted, isn't it?
Which is Northampton. How many? Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that tucked him up slightly. Snaps it away fine. Quite sure he had complete control over that one there.
Yeah, the ball just following the line it was delivered, didn't really grip or turn. Plenty of space out there. Slip never really interested. Gave himself enough room.
Oh, now that one has gone down. I was just going to say on the previous shot in reflection that Holman just needs to be a little bit careful not to get too engaged.
Well, it looked like it almost bowled him. The ball just above the stumps, but a little feather on the outside edge. And Benjamin thought he had his man.
I think Benjamin was looking for the bails to fly there, wasn't he?
Can we see it again from side on?
It was the slightly quicker ball, I think, from Leaning, but pitched it far a bit shorter than he wanted to. Have a look at that in a minute.
Oh, that's up in the air, and that's a great catch, Miyeye. Goodness me, he's kept his eyes on that one. Crawley looks up to the skies as well. Up in the lights. Oh, now everybody pauses. What is the pause for? The umpires collect the ball. They're asking the question. Geddes is not impressed. Decision for the umpires to make now. Well, a pointed decision indeed by both. It's given. It's given, and Geddes has got to go. Gone for 15. 53 balls. 216 for 5. And Parkinson has his first wicket. It looked good to us. Miyeye taking the catch. Off the glove, the bottom hand. Looks good to me. Unless he was saying, did he push himself up with the ball once he'd taken the catch? We saw that recently, didn't we? No, it's fine. There's a little wobble there, but he's got his grip around it, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's a terrific bit of work there by Miyeye. Takes a very good catch, and he does keep his hands with the back of the hand on the ground, so no question about the ball being rubbed along the floor as he takes the catch. I think that's an outstanding bit of work by the slip, running round, diving to his right. The ball just exploding in front of Geddes, takes the glove while it was still in contact with the bat, so you can be caught out, and Miyeye takes a really good grab. The umpires had to come together to make the decision. I'm not sure what Ben Geddes was concerned about, but that is a wicket deserved by Matt Parkinson. His 21st over of the innings, and he's probed away, and finally he's got his reward. Just looking at previous over where Leaning thought he had Holman, but the catch went down. This is the wicket. Real athleticism there from Miyeye. He set off quickly, dive full to his right. Oh, he liked that. So did his teammates. And this game, well, it's been alive throughout the day. From a Kent point of view, it's really come alive again.
Five down, and worth remembering that one of those to go, Henry Brooks, the night watch, but Stephen Eskenazi has had to retire. Not out on 39, a back spasm, we're told. It looked incredibly painful when he went down. Quickly through. Good running from Davies and Holman, two left-handers now. It's two for Parkinson to have a look at from that end into the footmarks. One to come of the over, and Holman it is. Smiles again from Kent. They just started to turn to some pensive looks and a few grimaces out there, but they might not have to take all 10. They've got 4 top order batters and 1 night watch. These two, I guess, the last really of the recognised batters. Then the all-rounders, Afa Gohar and Roland Jones. The job just stretches again for Middlesex. 2:17 for 5. And Geddes back in the hutch. Courtmier bowled Parkinson for 15.
And it really feels like a bit of a bonus wicket as well for Kent, because, as we were saying before, just 3 overs now until the second new ball, with the 2 spinners wheeling away. You got the sense that they're really waiting to go on the attack with that second new ball. So to get a wicket before it comes along, to have a new batter at the crease when their seamers come back on, is a fantastic position for Kent to be in. They would have been even more delighted had they got Holman. But as it is, they've opened up an end.
Middlesex dressing room, Rod, when you get a chance.
Inside edge from Davies. Leaning was just about to appeal, and he did stop himself. He still turned, but he didn't actually go through with the appeal. In the game. Oh, where's that gone? It's all happening out there at the moment. Pressure's building. Kent maybe turning the screw with their 2 spinners. Could have gone anywhere. Inside edge rolls up the leg and then falls safely to the onside. There's the change of fields. Next one will pop to the offside now, won't it?
Always difficult to start your innings in conditions like this. The floodlights are on, but it's still pretty gloomy. And every ball that slips, the keeper, the bowler, arms aloft, the oohs and the ahs. Pressure is on Davies here, make no mistake.
Into position early to play that one, didn't he? There was turn and bounce again for Leaning. 148 away from victory, Middlesex. It feels a long, long way away now, that. Made no for Leaning. Let's have a look at the one that where Holman was put down. Just watch the eyes of the keeper. He starts to look away, doesn't he? I think he thinks that's bowling Holman.
Barely a couple of inches over the top of the bails. He tries to react and get hold of it, but ball hits the turf, and Holman, who's doing a fantastic job for his team, survives, almost nearing his career best now.
Yeah, he'd gone to evasive action really, Benjamin, hadn't he? By the time he'd gone there, often talk about a close catcher getting up, don't you? You're not going to get back down. It was something relatively similar in that sense for Benjamin behind the stumps on that. It's over pitch slightly, but Holman's careful. Oh, Kashif steps over it. They'll get 2. They're thinking about the 3rd. Yes, says Holman. Positive running. There you go. The grimace is back for Parkinson. He has a look at Kashif Ali, who's run over that one. 220 for 5. Holman's level with his highest first-class score. He's on to 82. I said that I felt Holman and Geddes needed to get it down to double figures. 145 more it is. Second new ball is available in 9 deliveries time. Oh, Davies plunged it forward on that one. He smothered it. And that's... he's not done anything particularly wrong there, Davies, but that's the danger, isn't it? There's the footmarks. Compton at short leg, ready for a little inside tickle onto the pad. That's nicely done. Just over the top of it and drops the single. That's good batting from Davies. Calmer, more controlled. He's on to 2. Holman back onto strike on 82. And it's 2-2-1 for 5. .79 bowled, 1 until the second new ball becomes available. Watch out for Kashif Ali and Cole, though at the moment, the way the 2 spinners are bowling, into 2 left-handers as well. Parkinson with that rough outside of the off-stump, leaning, getting it to turn away and to bounce on these. So I wonder, to Kent hold fire on that new ball? There's, what, 25 minutes to tea?
Yeah, just having a little look at the Kent seamers to see if anyone is actually warming up and getting ready. Kashif Ali, George Garrett, most likely to take that new ball. Can't see them getting too animated at the moment. Maybe they'll just keep working with the spinners.
Nice shot from Davies, just over pitch from leaning. They'll just take the single.
Always worth asking the question on Nelson. 2-2-2 for 5.
Oh, that goes straight through, does it? It doesn't take the off stump. Crucially, in the opinion of umpire Bailey, it's taken the inside edge. Looked as though it was pretty adjacent, or did he just get outside the line of off? Big call either way. Has he leaned forward enough there, Holman, afterwards to suggest he was outside the line of off? Just keep an eye on that off stump.
Just brushes the outside of the pad. Very tight.
Again, in this day and age, even as commentators, we're able to get out of that one and say, well, if they went upstairs, umpires call it best.
I think when it strikes him, it's just outside the line of off stump. As I said, it hits the side of the pad rather than straight on. And I think he's just about got himself outside the line, but tight call. Certain that Jack Leaning disagrees with that assessment.
Oh, a little bit of drift there, was there? Nearly drifted into the block hole. Well, it did, but it was dug out by Davies. Only just. Overdoes it on this one. That gets through for a single to end the over. 2-2-4 for 5.
Which one are we going to? Take both. The one that nearly just got through second to last ball.
So here's the LB. You'll see the front pad of Holman just leans after he's struck.
Oh, we got this from the other end as well.
So you can see off stump disappears there, and as you say, Dean, that then hits him outside the line of off, I think it's fair to say. Just watching for Leaning and umpire Bailey's face here. This is a pressure situation, a real pressure cooker. Gnarly old pro like umpire Bailey. I think that's a very, very good call. Yep, there you go. Hit him outside the line of off.
Second new ball available, but they're going to stick with the spinners at the moment. Parkinson to continue from the pavilion end.
Two, 2-4 for 5.
Yeah, I like this a lot. I was thinking that they've got 3 close catches, but they could really even try for a 4th against Davies. It's a tough time to start your innings, and he's looked a little bit skittish to begin with. So now 4 men in close near the bat, looking for a catch, looking for something to pop up off the inside or the outside edge.
Anytime match on the third evening you do the interviews and there's a chase to be had on the final day, there's an easy out. The answer isn't there. We'll get to tea and see where we are. Middlesex can still win this one. 41 more to win, 40 overs. But right now it's get to tea, isn't it? Get to tea, 5 down. Take a deep breath. Most likely take on that second new ball either side of the interval. Survival first for Middlesex at the moment. Davies needing to get himself in, quite rightly. Not a lot of batting to come with the night watch having pushed everybody down one. Zafar Gohar at 9, Toby Rowland Jones at 10. And Middlesex, although 5 down at the moment, have the retired not out Stephen Eskenazi with that back spasm coming off. He was the first man to change things out in the middle today after he and Holman resumed overnight. Then there was the run out backing up of Higgins. So the first real wicket with the ball of the day was that of Geddes Courtmier. That bit of bounce taking the glove. Parkinson into the wickets for the first time. Leading's in the game though, as we've said. He's had to go, but it looks as though it's time for the second new ball, and it is. 20 minutes before the interval, Garrett. Oh. Yeah, it's signalled by umpire Bailey. I'm just waiting to see if it was a late decision. Yeah. If you needed any indication that the temperatures have dropped out there, he's put the sleeveless sweater back on. There's that bit of wind blowing the hair of Garrett to give you an idea. 224 for 5 then, 81 bowled, only weighted 1 over. I do wonder whether they may have waited a little longer. What would Davies or Holman prefer right now? And to some extent, I'm not sure that these two left-handers wouldn't have preferred face the new ball. Easy game from up here, but the pressure was certainly building. It was becoming a pressure cooker out in the middle for these two. So Holman on his highest first class score now, 82 previously. Couldn't quite say this was his finest hour unless he goes on to 3 figures and helps Middlesex to that win. But it's been a good innings nonetheless. Through he comes. Davies made his first class debut here at Lord's, opening the innings for Middlesex against Hampshire. Barker. Pretty sure both Abbott and Abbas played in that game as well. He really got one shot away. It was a lovely crisp drive down the ground for 4, which is what he's on at the moment. He didn't go much past that on that day, but was given the nod as an opening bat, which, right, I think it may well have been the year after COVID, because I don't think the fans were allowed in still, and it was one of the first games back at Lord's in the Championship. But even still, depleted options or not, you're given the nod to go and open against that Hampshire attack. And clearly, the coaches fancy your technique first and foremost to be sent up to face a new ball.
Interesting decision from Garrett to test out the middle of the pitch with that brand new cherry, just 2 balls old, just try and get some of that shine off himself.
Oh, around the wicket, targeting that off stump. Slope taking it in to the off stump. On the first hard, they will come back for the seconds. Just pulled up. Look at how tight that boundary is out there. It was just a gentle push that from Davies. Picks up a couple, and although that required rate's up to 3.6 now, that won't particularly perturb Middlesex if they can hang on in there. Kashi Valley warming up. The other factor in all of this is, I think it's fair to say that Middlesex can't afford to lose any more overs in terms of the time. Up in the air, and Davies gets it away for 6. What a sweet pickup that is. The long leg fielder down there runs to get the ball. Davies, who ramped to 6 at the Oval a couple of years back in a T20, which grabbed the headlines with that one. That's a big shot for 6, especially the match situation here. Garrett bumps him, fielder set back, ball sent over the top.
Just wonder whether Garrett will be thinking whether that was the right option. He's got a brand new ball in his hand. Want to try and make the most of that proud seam. Maybe a bit of movement in the air as well, but on a couple of occasions he's banged it in short, and the second time Jack Davies very much up for the challenge, sends it over the ropes. No real protection out there. There was a fine leg, but it's not as though that was a premeditated plan. Davies there very much equal to the task. 233 for 5. Kashifali will start up from the pavilion end with this second new ball. 2 slips, a gully.
Holman, 84 now his highest score. 550s coming into this. Jack Davies, a year older than Luke Holman, he's 25 now, from Reading. Played 29 first class matches already, he's racked them up. 650s to his name. Sweeper backs, just a single.
Both Kashifali and Garrett perhaps just a touch shorter than where their skipper, or certainly Jet Leaning, who's pulling the strings, where they'd like them to be. There's 3 slips waiting for an edge from this new ball. But so far, everything just back of a length. And we have seen the ball move fairly consistently over the course of these 4 days.
Apologies to Jack Davies, I mistakenly said his first class debut was here at Lord's. Of course it was against Kent. Robbie White hit 99 in that match. Middlesex fielding 3 keepers, the gloves were with John Simpson. Robbie White was his deputy, and then Davies, all in the side. Robbie White hitting 99 under leaden skies. So that one was the year before. That was the Bob Willis Trophy in 2020 at Canterbury. They didn't play Championship cricket at Lord's that year, so it was 2021, the match against Hampshire. Oh, a bit of bounce there. But yeah, he batted for a really nuggety 13 before he was LBW to Darren Stevens, but that 13 came off 91 minutes, 64 balls. It was really hanging in there. It was unbelievably overcast that day, and Robbie White, he did 99. I'm not sure White ever did. He did go on to the century, I think, in the end, but not in that game, obviously. But 29 now. Robbie White had a stint with Essex as well. Yeah, 2 first-class centuries for Robbie White before he was done, without a club at the moment. But Davies with a nuggety innings on that one, which he did hang around for a while. Just showed that he had some real grit about him, some real determination, and that doggedness to hang in there. Kent attack in that game. Milnes, Stevens, Stewart, Freddie Klassen. Match was drawn in the end. White and Co defying Kent in that first innings when they were rattling through them at that point.
Slips come out then for Holman. Just 2 slips now. A man's gone out into the deep on the leg side. Maybe Kent thinking there is real opportunity for a catch out in the deep. They've got the long leg behind square, and then now a deep square just in front. There's also protection on the offside with a deep backward point. And then that slip going back in to third for Jack Davies. I think that's Zach Crawley going in at third slip. So I think there's a chance to find the outside edge.
Doesn't carry. The reaction from the slips was that there was a little bit of wood involved.
Genuine edge there from Davies, just dropping in front of Benjamin with the gloves. Scoops it up on the half volley. And Garrett holding his hands out in frustration at the pitch. He's doing what his skipper wants him to do, though.
Slips out and a no ball. Oh, went wrong on that one. 2, 3, 7 for 5. 128 more required for Middlesex. We've got 10 minutes until tea, so it's going to be the best part of 120 in 35 overs. 34 overs after the interval. There's that wickets column though. That's the most crucial. Lovely shot. Turns up tall to that one, Davies. Gives it the treatment.
Yeah, Davies looking very comfortable when the ball's been a little bit short. We saw him launch a 6 over square leg in the previous over. This time just stands tall at the crease and puts one through the covers. But when Garrett has pitched it up a little bit fuller, there's been a bit of uncertainty there, so quite clear what the bowler has to do now.
Hope with all hopes that the weather doesn't intervene on this one, because I reckon if we have all 34 overs, it's going to be quite the finish. 6.1 overs it is, but 34 after 33, 34 after tea, whatever's left. Nicely guided. There's the sweeper back. So just the single to end the over with the no ball though. 8 off it. Keeps that run rate up close to 3 for Middlesex. The required below 3.5. 2-4-2 for 5. 1-2-3 to win. 36 overs remain.
Yeah, good over that for Middlesex. Keeping the scoreboard ticking over here. Davies into his work now, 17 not out, couple of boundaries for him. And Kent on the attack as you would expect with this second new ball, just 3 overs old. So 3 slips in there. looking for one of these last 5 wickets.
Some of them before tea come over the media centre.
Some threatening to break through here just before tea. Let's hope that it isn't an almighty battle in the sky and the battle down below is left untroubled after the interval. New ball in hand. Even if they don't get another one before tea, they'll feel like they're well able to regroup at the interval and come again, Kent, with their new ball bowlers.
As soon as we've been delayed today.
5 overs lost already in total. 2 at the start of the day when we started at 10 past 11 due to a shower. Lost 3 in the little break we had midway through this interval, this passage. Oh, a loose there from Davies. Slips away down the slope from the left-hander.
Kashif had been bowling very much wicket to wicket. That one provided a bit of width for Davies there, and he chased after it. He was looking quizzically at the pitch, but that was the tempter from Ali.
Should get one more over before tea. But that'll be the last from Kashif Ali for sure. Just have a quick look at the umpires. I think we're fine for one more before the interval. 2-4-2 for 5. Have a look at the picture over the back of the media centre. This is where it's coming from. Well, best bit of news all day for cricket watchers. Blue skies coming in. Let's hope that that's what it's like for the rest of the day. Luke Coleman to have strike for the final over before tea. A bite in that from Garrett. Can Holman keep his cool? Highest first class score, first maiden first class century in his sights, but there's a much bigger job at play here. 123 more required for victory. 5 wickets standing. A Kent side who for the second time already this season looking to turn a match against Middlesex. 1-2-9 all out on that first day. Middlesex 239 having been 238 indeed, having been 158 for 4 in that first innings. And 473 with a double ton from Beltram turning the game. Middlesex had Kent on the rack on day 1 down at Canterbury, but let them off from 79 for 6 to 218 all out. Having posted 222 themselves. This one, will it twist one final time? Twist back to Middlesex. Still just about favour Kent. 2 deliveries could change everything very quickly. Oh, it's chipped up. Very, very close to mid-wicket. How many times have Kent had hands on heads? Just short. Is that Crawley in there? Diving. If anyone was going to get his arms out and under that one.
And they've had players in those catching positions, both sides of the wicket, all day. Sometimes a silly mid-on, sometimes a silly mid-off. They've had 2 catches close on the covers for Parkinson.
He's gone after it. Has he edged it? No, he's hit the ground, says umpire Bailey. Benjamin wheeling away in delight. So too was Garrett. Bat just hitting the ground. Umpire Bailey has had some massive calls to make in this game.
A nervy looking shot there from Holman. Perhaps thinking about trying to get in for tea. He really didn't have to have anything to do with that one.
That is taken from a very straight line. They would have been screaming had that one have beaten the inside edge. 87 for Holman, so he should make tea now.
There's just been a suggestion, just with the way that this pitch has occasionally misbehaved. We saw it in the Kent first innings with Middlesex having a couple of catches quite close on the side, on square of the wicket. I think Ryan Higgins in a kind of wide gully took a couple of really good catches.
That's a very good leave from Jack Davies at Middlesex. We'll walk off for tea as the sun breaks through. Fortunately, bows weren't broken there for Middlesex. Very, very close. A very good leave from Davies. Garrett hangs his head backwards. They've been close with the second new ball. They've been close a few times, but Middlesex able to walk off 2, 4, 3 for 5. They require a further 122 runs. Remember, one of those 5 down is Henry Brooks, who was a night watch. Stephen Eskenazi retired not out with a back spasm, which was particularly painful. 34 overs, a minimum of remaining here at Lord's. Dean Wilson alongside myself, Kevin Hand, bringing you the live enhanced stream from this one in association with Dafabet. Charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has! Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have ball. Catch. Throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
This holiday at Middlesex Cricket.
Well, good evening everybody and welcome back to Lords for the final session of the day. The final session of the match. 365 is the target for Middlesex. It's not nominal, far from it, but you would suggest that Kent are slightly the favourites here. 2-4-3 for 5 Middlesex. 5 wickets down, potentially only 4 to take with Stephen Eskenazi retired. Not out. Holman's on his highest first-class score, 87. He started to look a little nervy before the interval. He's pretty composed for the most part, having been elevated to number 4 in the absence of Elias Deploy. Injured for this game. He got 42 in the first innings, 87 in the second. What he'd give for 13 more, but what Middlesex would give for 122 more. And a second win of the season, and with it avoiding a second defeat of the season to Kent. It's Kashif Ali from the pavilion end after tea. He's got a couple of slips in a gully, a deep backward point, a long leg. It's a 6-3 field, 2 in front of the bat on either side. 2 in front of the square on either side, I should say, as that's played off the back foot, the first ball after the interval. Jack Davies at the other end on 17. Still to come for Middlesex, Zafar Gohar, Toby Rowland-Jones, and then Dane Patterson. Eskenazi retired, not out at the moment. A back spasm, which looked pretty painful. You're watching the live enhanced stream from Lords in association with Dafabet as we head into the final straight of this match. I'm Kevin Handel Wilson. He's alongside me for this one, and well, we've dined well. The tea, cakes well consumed, giving us a sugar boost for the evening. Which side's coming out with the biggest boost on the field? Oh, up in the air. Deep backward point comes in to collect. It's just a single. 88 for Holman. Single more for Middlesex. 1-2-1 to win. 2-4-4 for 5. And I think that shot, that moment, probably tells us everything we need to know about why Kent are just slightly the favourites at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a bit of extra bounce there. Getting the top edge from Holman, who has batted rather nicely for his 87, or 88 rather, I should say, so far. And trying to get Middlesex ever closer to that target. 365, it's still a fair way off. They're giving themselves a chance.
On the spot.
And there have been moments throughout this game, or passages of play throughout this game, where the balance of power has shifted. It's been a really great game. Whoever comes out on top, the game has ebbed and flowed. Middlesex made most of the running early on. The double 100 from Daniel Bell-Drummond moved Kent back into pole position. And he gave their bowlers a real target to work from. And they've been chipping away, trying their best to find those final 10 Middlesex wickets. It's not been easy. They've had to work pretty hard for the success that they've got. But Middlesex, they know with these 2 batters in the middle, this is where a big chunk of this chase has to come from.
What percentage you giving the draw, Dino? Come on, I asked you that before tea. You've had all intervals to think about it. I haven't just thrown it to you live on air or anything.
No, but such is the fine margins that I think this game is very finely poised. But I think that the draw is perhaps the least likely of the results at the moment.
10% tops. If it is, it's Middlesex hanging in there. 8 or 9 down, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly right. I think it's still, at this moment in time, rather be in the Kent dressing room than the Middlesex one. You know, if you can find a way to get through one of these two, you've done a huge amount of the work. There are some dangerous batters. Mentioned Zafir Gohart, Toby Rowland-Jones, both capable of playing their shots. It's just a question of if or when they'd be required. Luke Holman there, 88 not out. Is this the innings where he really makes a name for himself? His first championship match of the season. He's doing a good job. Tea break come at just the right moment to allow Kent to get a sort of double spell out of Garrett and Kashif Ali. They've got Joey Everson, his medium pace as well, and then Jamal Richards, the fourth seamer, hasn't really been trusted much in this game, his first game in the championship on loan from Essex.
That's a nice shot. And that will be 4 runs. Holman's into the 90s. 248 for 5 Middlesex.
A nice shot that, just a little bit of width outside the off stump, nicely played all along the ground. He's played some nice shots through the offside as Holman, most notably off the back foot. He's looked very strong through there, but classical cover drive that time.
Oh, leg side and it gets away. Got a glove to it, Benjamin, but it won't take the pace off it. Middlesex are 250 up, 252 for 5. By signalled. Seams down the slope. It's 113 more to win.
All these runs very helpful indeed for Middlesex. But we can see there that movement with the new ball, with that seam position. There is still something in this surface. So Kent should still feel like 1 or 2 decent balls and things go their way.
There's a bit of frustration there from Garrett to the keeper, wasn't there, Benjamin? But young keeper here at Lords, a slope. You have to remember how difficult the slope is here for the keepers as much as for batters finding their balance and bowlers. And they're running, keeping it together as well. It's tough for the keepers. Joel Simpson, an absolute master of the slope here at Lords. Saying that 'cause I know he's tuned in. .253 for 5, end of the 88th. We had the live chat up there next to the YouTube. Have you found Jimmy Adams tuned in yet today, Dino? What's his name in the live chat, Adams? What's his nickname?
Not sure what his nickname was. I haven't. Sometimes get a little nervous to look at the live chat and see what people are saying.
Have you had a message from Marinated Chicken on there yet?
Not yet.
Dave Fulton. He was on about his marinated chicken last night. Said if we see a nasty message on there from Marinated Fulton tomorrow. nasty messages from those with keyboards in their hands, do you? Never heard of the like.
Certainly had one or two over the years, but my view is that everyone's entitled to their opinion. But if it's a particularly nasty one about me, just keep it to yourself. I must admit, I do like reading various cricket-related message boards, especially around county cricket. I don't contribute to them, but I do like reading them.
Is this your guilty pleasure?
Oh no, nothing guilty about it. I just think that the passion that this game engenders from people is quite extraordinary.
An audience for county cricket? Who'd have thunk it?
Not only an audience, but an incredibly passionate one, and I think as long as you remember that common enthusiasm for the game is what kind of keeps us all going, then you can just enjoy what people have to say. Sometimes people make the most thoughtful comments, and sometimes not so much, but we're a broad church, this game. And it's games like this coming down to the wire that make it all fascinating.
That's a lovely ball around the wicket. Slope in play, the outside edge. Davies 17 from 44. Holman comes down to have a natter. He might be at 4, Luke, but how many times have you faced Abbott and Bass opening the innings? Oh, he's batted well, hasn't he, Holman? 94 from 176. Arms out, hands on heads. Beat at the outside edge the previous ball, and that one comes seaming somewhat back up the slope, but just trying to get into the mind of Davies.
Well, you've tempted me now
Leave it, Dino,
to
leave
go
it.
and have a look at the live chat. And comment immediately sticks out.
Right up there to Davies. We've seen a few just play inside those in this game, haven't we? I was worried for a moment for Middlesex's keeper, but eased away 2-5-4 for 5.
And I think it is Dave Fulton actually on the chat. He says Kevin Hand is a legend. Love the comms and the stream, all the angles and positive attitude. Appreciate it. So that's from Jacket London. Glad to be of service and absolutely spot on. Kevin Hand is a legend. Calling another close game here at Lord's.
It's a lovely ball, isn't it, again? Holman was out in the first innings. It's the spinner like that, wasn't he? Stretching outside off that one. Off the seam, off the surface. 2-5-4 for 5. Only a legend in the press room when the cake served. Ginger and lemon drizzle for anyone that's interested today. Which one do you go for, Dino?
Just the tea time coffee to keep things alert.
I'll be honest, I had 2 slices, so you can tell me I had 1 of each. 2 with the ginger.
At the moment, only half a slice down. I think this game is going to give us a lot more entertainment, get the energy levels up just from watching the cricket.
You're telling me you took a slither of both? You took half of each?
I did. It was slightly controversial because it is ready sliced, but anyone who's been lucky enough to enjoy the hospitality here, they are big slices. So, yeah, just trying to be somewhat good, but failing miserably.
That's 2 full slices for me. Sugar boost needed after tea.
Well, it's been 4 full days of cricket, and it has been a wonderful game to this point, and we are going to see it right through to the final knockings here on the 4th day. Both teams right in the thick of it. Both teams with a chance to win. There we can see Middlesex require 110 of 30.2 overs. Kent need 5 wickets.
And they're close. They're very, very close right now. They've come out and bowled beautifully since tea.
And that's the length that Garrett wants to be probing away at. He's got his 3 slips in there. He did have 2 men out deep for the catch for the short ball, but they've brought the deep square leg up. Just looking for the outside edge now, which is getting ever closer.
Second shot, but only as far as cover. He's a little tentative about that one, Davies. Understandably so. 90 bowled. There are a minimum of 30 overs remaining. Middlesex still need 110. Kent need a minimum 4 wickets. We'd assume that Eskenazi will not be batting again. Horrible injury. Really went down in an awful lot of pain with a lower back injury. Told it's a back spasm. No sign of him there. They're all done. Well, let's have a go, huh? Where's the pads? He's back in Davies and Holman.
And this is going to be interesting now. Matt Parkinson already bowled 23 overs, but operating with the older ball. He's going to get a chance with a harder, newer ball, just 9 overs on it. And you just wonder, with the short catches that he has around the bat, especially short forward square leg, and he had a short leg as well, maybe the opportunity for that ball to pop up and provide a chance. You saw one, I think, with the older ball that Ben Geddes pushed that quite hard with hard hands, almost provided a chance. But now Parkinson has a chance with a harder ball to see if he can get another breakthrough, get a second wicket.
Oh, swept fine. That helps. Holman managed to get a fair chunk of that. And he'll get a couple. Bit of a gimme first up from Parkinson. 108 more required for Middlesex. Single taken. Three around the bat for Davies. There's a short mid-wicket not far away. There's a reverse sweep. That's a lovely shot. 4 runs. Davies into the 20s. 103 more required for Middlesex.
Yeah, lovely looking shot there from Davies, in total control, coming from high to low, getting it all along the carpet. No fielders down there. Prompts a change in the field from Kent to try and cut that off.
He's just looking to guide the single there, having pushed the fielder back, wasn't he? Just hit the reverse. Good from Davies. He got a 6 earlier. So of his 53 deliveries now, Davies, he's hit 1 6 and 2 4s. Not an onslaught, but up in the gear slightly rather than letting Kent bowl out. That might be the way after tea now. One other thing, or 2 other things on Luke Holman's mind right now, though. He's going to have strike on 98. Middlesex 262 for 5. The partnership is worth 46th. With 29 overs, a minimum of 29 overs remaining today. It's 103 more to win for Middlesex.
Now, Holman, 98 not out now. I think Kent really should be looking to put some pressure on him here. They'll know he'll be nervous. Looking for his maiden first class 100.
Tentative dab at that one. Look at the hands on the heads behind the stumps. Trying to tell Holman that he only just got bad on that.
Really wonder whether it might be worth just putting someone else in front of his eye line up close. Just reminding him how long he's had to wait for this landmark.
Tempter. Resisted. It's a deep backward point. And it's a big smile.
Just love this game within a game. He's batted so well. He's really organised. He's played some lovely shots as well. But it's just been a really authentic, high quality first class innings from Luke Holman.
Take one, and they'll look for a second here. They'll settle on just the single. Richards, and that short boundary out there. Holman's on to 99.
Yeah, he was thinking about the second there, but probably made the right call just to put the brakes on. Beautiful bright sunshine here at Lord's. A little bit gloomy earlier on. Set fair for the rest of this game.
It's a lovely shot. Slammed at Compton though. Falls backwards in stopping it. It's that short boundary to the offside that we were talking about. That was why it was only one for Holman out to Richards in the deep. Davies will feel he's missed out slightly there. Good chunk of that, didn't he? There's only Compton there. Other than that, it's a deep backward point. Where Richards is to the left of the shot as we look at the moment. Good for Holman not to come back for the second there, wasn't it? You can imagine that a young batter turning for the second just thinks, go on, take on the arm, rash moment. May actually have been there for him as well. But the right call not to come back, not worth the risk. Another tempter well left. 2-6-3 for 5. 92 done, so Holman will have strike, and he'll have strike against the man who's probably given him the most trouble in the game so far, Parkinson, his fellow wrist spinner.
Yeah, it's a good question. Do you think that he would be happiest to try and get this landmark against someone bowling the same sort of stuff that he does? He'll know what Parkinson will be trying to do. He's played him reasonably well at times when he's picked up the length, but he's also had one or two issues, maybe going back to balls that he should be going forward to. What will he try and do here?
Two close catches and a short mid wicket, not far away. He's tabbed it, and he's got his century. Luke Holman, his maiden first-class century, and my goodness me, this could be one of his finest. Elevated to 4 with Lias Deploy injured for this one. 42 in the first dig, a kiss of the helmet and a raise of the bat in the second. 184 deliveries, absolute delight from his teammates. A big hug from Davies as well. 10 fours, it's a brilliant moment for Holman. It's a job still to be done here for Middlesex.
Yeah, magnificent moment there for Luke Holman. He found the gap in the offside, ran through for that quick single, and now he can fully focus on the job in hand for his side. Fantastic moment for him. 34 first-class games. Now he's got his first-class 100. 24 years old. What a moment for him. But his focus now will shift very quickly away from personal landmarks to the team's efforts. He's done a good job for his team so far. Lots more to do.
Oh, Davies, goodness me, that's really ragged out one of those foot marks, hasn't it? A puff of dust there. And there's the response. Walloped by Davies. He moves to 25. The target to win drops below 100. 97 more required. It brings up the 50 partnership as well. 97 balls. Davies 25 of them. Holman 21. Centurion knuckling down with the Middlesex wicket keeper, who's doing a fine job here as well. Yes, no. Settled on the no pretty quickly.
Yeah, strong shot there from Jack Davies. He's played some aggressive strokes already in this innings.
Given some real hang time that from Parkinson.
Do wonder though whether Kent might have just missed a little trick.
big again, getting a huge stride in at the moment outside off stump Davies. End of the over, 2-6-8 for 5.
I just wonder whether they did just miss a little trick, just because you could see Holman obviously desperate to get to that 3-figure score, and they really did leave that huge gap in the offside for him to push that single through very, very easily. He only really just had to drop his bat on it, and if they just put another man in close on the offside, force him have to try and do something different to bring up that score. Just could have played on him a little bit longer maybe, but as it was, he reached his 100 in perfect style.
"27 overs remain of the match. 96 more required for victory for Middlesex, but again, it's still just about favour Kent at this stage, although it is tightening up now. 2 deliveries changes everything. For Middlesex, 96 runs are still a long, long way away, especially as they're effectively 6 down with Eskenazi's injury. It's a sweet pick-up from Davies. Very capable of that. No ball called as well. Sweetly timed shot. Saw it early. Long leg set back. He's thumped 6 over that boundary already. 6 again. Goodness me, I didn't realise it had carried. Second 6. That is some pick-up by Davies. Admires that one. 6 and a no ball. The target to win, or the runs required, down to 88. So things could change in a flash in 2 deliveries for Kent. In 1 delivery there, it feels as though it's just swung a little bit further in Middlesex's favour. And there you go. 2 deliveries can change everything for Kent, but 2 deliveries for Middlesex will have just got the tails up here, got the belief going. Probably for the first time now, the nerves will be jangling for Kent. .281 for 5. Davies 35 from 64 now. He's just up in his own tempo, operating mostly in boundaries. Oh, now he's going to get another boundary there, but it's a huge stroke of luck. Over the slips it goes. Just lost his head slightly there for a moment. The head went up, so did the ball, but fortunately for Middlesex it lands safe. Hands on hips for Kent. Slightly carried away. We did say that potentially up in the gear for Middlesex might be the response to this second new ball, just trying to push a bit of the pressure back onto Kent. 80 to win. 27 overs remain, and that as well, just those 3 deliveries there. The overs remaining come out of it a little bit. The required rate down to 3. It had got up to 3.5. Another no ball.
Things really going from bad to worse for George Garrett, who up until this second new ball, you'd have said has bowled pretty well in this game. He's led the Kent attack really strongly, but since this second new ball, just doing some sums, this is his 7th over of the spell, punctuated by T. He's conceded 46 runs.
Oh, and it's a full bunger and a no ball and 4 more. Oh, this is an over that Garrett needs to get out of now. Kent need him to get out of it desperately. Requirement is down to 72.
Yeah, you feel like Garrett's really struggling. Too short. Pulled away by Davies. Too full, too much width. He can't find his run up. He's bowling. Bowled 3 no balls so far in this over.
Oh, and it's through again for Davies. Well, is this the over that starts to swing it for Middlesex? It's not quite going to make it all the way. Mid-off just getting fingertips to it. They'll turn for the third. Holman calls him back. There's still 1 ball to come over this. It's come from this over. Slight scorer's error down the bottom there as well. It's 297, I should say. 297 for 5 now. That third no ball went for 4, not for 3. So it's 68 to win. Checking that scoreboard down the bottom. Still 1 to come of the over because of the 3 no balls. .28 off the over, 1 ball to come of it. Pretty confident that we're right on the 28 off the over. One question is whether it's 297 for 5 or 296, but we're still far enough out at the moment that that'll be sorted out by the score box soon enough. We're going to have to go with the scoreboard when they catch it up now because they're confusing us as well up in the commentary box. Let's go with what's on the screen, which will keep it easier for everybody at home as well. 296 for 5. We've got a different score up on the board here which says 297, but we'll stick with the on screen for now. So 26 overs remain, 68 to win. What Davies will need correcting on that board up there as well. Or one of the 2 boards. One has him on 47, one has Holman 101. On the screen down below it's got Davies on 42 and Holman 105. We definitely know that Holman's gone to his century though. The other key figure on that screen, which is absolutely correct, is 5 wickets down, and that's the one now. We were discussing what percentage the draw probably had at about 10% at the start of this session. The draw's almost completely gone now. 296 for 5, 69 to win. There we go. 297 for 5, 68 to win. Holman on strike. It's a long way outside the line again.
So I already was doing a bit of totting up because I felt that Garrett was sort of starting to leak some runs. So he 6 overs that he bowled previously to that one. Gone for 29 runs, and then the 7th over he's gone for another 29 runs, so it's done a huge amount of damage.
Just a single. Brings Davies onto strike on 47. The reverse sweep away in the last over, didn't he? Parkinson. There's the reverse sweep again, and it's through for another boundary, and it's through for Jack Davies' 50. 51 from 71 balls. It brings up the Middlesex 300 as well. 302 for 5. My goodness me, this Davis-Holman pairing is powering Middlesex along at the moment, and it's more than nerves. Kent have a real problem now. 7 fours, 2 sixes, a strike rate of 71, and in 79 minutes, after what was an understandably claustrophobic and sticky start for Davies, he's getting Middlesex into a very, very good position here. And then goes for the orthodox. Inside tickle onto the pads at very least, but he was outside the line of off anyway. Still appealing absolutely everything at this stage, Ken. Seventh 50 for Davies. Into the over, 303 for 5.
What a fantastic innings this has been from Jack Davies. He has really played to perfection. He came in under leaden skies. It was a tricky time to start his innings, but he's initially given fantastic support to Luke Holman, and then from the moment the second new ball arrived, he's gone on the attack and he's played some wonderful shots. He's picked up the seam bowler over deep square leg a couple of times, but then he's also found the reverse sweep to Matt Parkinson as well to great effect. It's been a really well-paced, well-timed innings, because he's now got Middlesex motoring towards their target.
62 to win. Middlesex will hope that it disappears in a flash just like it did off the scoreboard.
Jack leaning to come back on. He's bowled 7 overs of off spin so far. He's going to try again with a harder ball, 14 over old ball.
There it goes. Oh, it's 4 more. Seeing it big right now, Davies. Is he going to see it home for Middlesex?
The runs coming thick and fast now for Middlesex. Kent got very little control out there. He could have turned to Joey Everson, Jamal Richards. Instead he's sticking with spin, trying to force the Middlesex batters to put their own pace on the ball. Well, Jack Davies is doing that rather well at the moment.
Outside the line of off again from Davies. Exaggerated movement to get outside the line of off there from Davies.
I think it just hit him on the glove as well, rather than the pad. So no issue there.
I think he's done that well to Parkinson as well there, hasn't he? He's really used that front pad and front foot to get a long, long way outside of the off stump. Ball that's doing a fair old bit out of those footmarks at both ends. And again, we've been saying it all the way, the reason why Kent have throughout most of the day been the favourites is just a couple of deliveries can change everything, and it still can here. They've got to keep that control, haven't they? They've got to keep their heads. 58, a lot of runs with Zafar, Gohar, Roland Jones and Dane Patterson to come. Oh! Edged into the ground, little bit of drift. Full bunger, takes the outside edge. Solid defence to finish. 307 for 5. Let's have a look at that 5th ball again.
it would just take another couple of balls for Kent to feel very different about things, but at the moment you'd have to say that all the momentum in this game with Middlesex, it has ebbed and flowed right from the start on day one, dismissing Kent for just 129, but the game has shifted over the course of these 4 days. Kent would have felt that they were the side in control at the start of day 4, but right now Middlesex have wrestled the impetus and are charging for glory here.
It's interesting that Holman does, or Davies indeed, does appear to be the batter that's taking the initiative here, which isn't a bad idea either, is it? 189 deliveries under his belt, let alone that 100 itself. Time is now on Middlesex's side after the Davies onslaughts. That run rate's up at 3.2. The required was up at 3.5, while the current was down at 2.5, so almost completely shifted those two. 24 overs remain. 58 required for victory. Comfortable single into the vacant covers. Deep cover set back. So much happened in this game. 129 Kent having won the toss. Skittled cheaply. 5 for Roland Jones left. Let his side off, raised the ball on the cap to the pavilion on that first day. Middlesex 158 for 4. Sitting pretty at stumps on day 1. 6 wickets on that second morning for Kent. Started to turn the game. 238 all out. Lead of 109, which again overnight from 158 for 4, Middlesex were feeling good. Daniel Bell-Drummond, the double century, 250 up and 473 in total, setting Middlesex very, very tricky target here of 365. Now, is there a little bit of bat involved? There is, and Holman has to go. It rolls up the pads off the inside edge. Holman can't believe it. It's not done yet here at Lord's. Kent looking to go 2 from 2 against Middlesex in the opening couple of weeks of the season. I didn't particularly have any doubt that he got an inside edge on it. I think it's disappointment at the mode of dismissal as opposed to the decision for Holman.
This is the contest that's had us gripped for much of day 4. Parkinson versus Holman. We've talked about those footmarks outside the off stump and how he could negate that spin. Credit to Kent, they've kept the close catches in because they just felt that Parkinson could make something happen, and eventually he does. Holman goes for 103. That is just reward for Parkinson, who's plugged away largely from the pavilion end. Little inside edge there from Holman. Pushes forward and the ball turning, just clipping the inside edge, and Parkinson gets his reward. Fantastic contest we've been watching between them today, and in the end Parkinson wins.
309 for 6, and that 6 look up with a little bit more stability. The man on the right though, not a great deal of stability. Stephen Eskenazi makes his way back out. He retired not out on 39 from 132 deliveries and was in absolute agony on the floor when he was picked up and He limped back to that pavilion. He's got the runner, Max Holden, with him. This isn't a first for Eskenazi. There was a match against Leicestershire a couple of years back where they virtually had him out to the middle on a wheelbarrow. It looks pretty painful for him.
If you replace that bat with a walking stick, it would look rather more fitting, considering how gingerly he's moving. Look at him. He's hardly striding to the middle. Just about getting there. But he's desperate to do his bit for the team. He was batting so well when his back went into spasm, trying to complete a quick single, and ended up in a crumpled heap on the floor. He spent a bit of time off the field getting some treatment, but he wants to do what he can for his team. They still need another 56 runs. Game on.
Top of it, in pain, leans forward. He'll have been pumped with painkillers for this. You'd imagine he may have even had an injection or so on that back just to alleviate the spasm his back went into, and they are going to be in his ear and on his back as well throughout this innings. This isn't a first for Eskenazi. That match against Leicestershire, he really couldn't move. He was batting on one leg. His hamstring had gone from memory. It was certainly something. Backside of one of the legs. I'm pretty sure it was the hamstring, as opposed to anything higher. It certainly wasn't the calf. It was worse than that.
Kent are going to have to think about a way to take advantage. There's some natural sympathy for Eskenazi just for the condition he's in, but once he chooses to come back out there,
it's the single which will give Eskenazi the strike again. So Kent can be very cute about this and say, actually, let's try and keep Eskenazi on strike as much as possible.
yeah, they could do it. It's an interesting one, whether or not they think they just want to get him in and get him out. 6 down, get him out as quickly as possible.
It's almost like giving the single to the he's not going to go anywhere fast here, really, is it? It's a really interesting decision. Zafar Gohar is a really good bat and he's in good form this season. He's in next, then Toby Rowland-Jones, then Dane Patton. Of course, we saw Zafar on the balcony a little while ago and he wasn't padded up. This is why. That match against Leicestershire, Middlesex 324 and 196, and Eskenazi retired hurt in the first innings, 23 to his name. The agony in watching him make his way to the middle for the second innings when Middlesex were in trouble. They managed 196, of which Eskenazi scored 66 from 221 minutes, 184 balls. I can promise he was probably far more hampered than he is here. It's a nice shot. He'll get a single. But where even he's just had that little bit of foot movement with both feet there. He was not moving on one foot in that game. It was completely out of the equation, that hamstring injury that he had. Hamstring it was, so left foot, he was just able to push the left foot here and there and play the innings off one foot. So not a first for Eskenazi, but still it will be quite the achievement if he can help Davies here. 196 they managed, and then they skittled Leicestershire for 171 to win by 121 in that game. Single keeps the strike for Davies. Just wondering, is sending Eskenazi out there as much to give Davies some confidence at the other end, that top order experience, because Zafar Gohar and Rowland-Jones are far from mugs with the bat.
Yeah, maybe it's just, there's still More than 20 overs left to be bowled today. You can see the run rate absolutely not an issue. And you just think that the idea here is for Eskinazi to give the strike, as much of the strike, to Davies as possible, and let him just carry on doing what he's been doing. Eskinazi has the skill and the know-how to maybe manufacture the strike for Jack Davies, get the target down a little further, where a few blows from Toby Rowland-Jones or Zafar Gohar and you're home and hosed.
Swept to the boundary and gone. Well, Davies succumbs to a little bit of pressure. He drags one to that short boundary. Richards holds on. 312 for 7. Now Eskinazi's role in this changes massively. Just got underneath it, didn't he? Dragging from wide outside the off stump.
And Davies trying to keep the ball down. You could see him rolling the wrists as he played the shot. He wasn't looking for the slog sweep into the stands. He was trying to keep it down. But Parkinson just managing to find that top edge, and the ball flew almost directly to Richards. Didn't have to move hardly at all on the deep mid-wicket boundary. And the hope that Davies could continue his powerful innings comes to an end. And with 53 still required, it does bring Zafar Gohar out to see what he can do. But Middlesex have lost their two settled and set batters, Luke Holman and now Jack Davies, both gone in double quick time to Matt Parkinson. He's been wheeling away from the pavilion end for much of the day, and he's now picked up his third wicket, 3 for 76. And Kent feeling they're right back in this. We talk about momentum in this game, and it wasn't that long ago we felt that it was all with Middlesex. Had a huge over, 28 runs coming from the George Garrett over. But now with two quick wickets, Kent back in the box seat. And Middlesex with effectively two new batters at the crease. Even though Eskinazi's 40 not out, he's starting again, and he's starting it in a very gingerly positioned feature. His back is causing him all sorts of bother. Chatting to the umpire at square leg. His bat resembles a walking stick at the moment. Middlesex, lots still to do.
Zafar Gohar strikes the ball away. One test for Pakistan. Zafar Gohar, didn't happen for him with the ball in that game. None for 159 from 32. A pitch that had very little going for the spinners in Christchurch in 2021, but with the bat he hit 34 of Pakistan's 297 in the first innings. In the second innings hit 37 of their 186. Well, Middlesex would give for a little cameo from him here. Parkinson looking for that inside edge again. Compton ready at short leg. Lots of flight. Dug out. Time still on Middlesex's side. 22 overs remain of this game. 53 to win. First class average with the bat. 22, 1 century and 15 50s and 134 innings for Gohar. Now that's going to be close, isn't it? Not given. might just be signalled a wide. Plunging forward again, that's rattled around a few bits. Rolling up the pads, which it did from Holman as well. Gohart, 5 balls face, rolls up and hits on the chest in the end. 0 for him, 40 for Eskenazi, 137 deliveries his face, but Davies last to go for 59.
And I'm just thinking about when Kent might look to bring a little bit more pace back into the attack. Just try and get Eskenazi moving a little quicker than he'd like to. He's moving very gingerly indeed. And it looks like they're going to make a change to the bowling attack. It's not going to be spin from both ends. They're going to turn to the slightly, I say slightly quicker, it's a bit harsh, isn't it? The considerably quicker pace of Joey Everson. Not express, but fast medium bowler. He can nip the ball this way and that as well, and he's going to have Eskenazi having to move a little bit more sharply at the crease, and with a back spasm that's clearly causing some discomfort, maybe get into some awkward positions that he wouldn't want to get into. But if you make the choice to get back out there and play your part, then all's fair in love and county cricket. So Joey Everson with 3 slips will test out that mobility of Eskenazi.
Steadies himself. Middlesex's white ball captain, of course, Stephen Eskenazi. Gun T20, T10 cricketer around the world now. Steers that one for a single off the front foot. And as much as it will test Eskenazi, you have to think to some extent that Zafar Gohar prefer face Everson than the spinners. It's an interesting move, this. Still Parkinson at one end, of course. Everson has bowled well, 2 for 52. He's probably the only, well, no, Kashif Ali as well, that nailed on bowlers that would have played. Remember that Kents are missing a good number here, including Gilchrist and Stewart of the regulars. Dudgeon there overseas as well, Missy for this one. Everson most certainly would have played. I think Garrett as well, you know, had that really tough over against Davies. My goodness me, how important an over that was for Middlesex right now. They're still 52 shy, but that over alone really moved the game on for Middlesex. It's given them a chance that at this stage has probably just swung back to Kent. 3 wickets. The visitors to go 2 from 2 against Middlesex this season. Relegated from Division 1. It feels like a really big game for both of these sides. Their aspirations of finishing in the top 2 in Division 2 this year.
Just moments ago it was 309 for 5, and Middlesex seemingly cruising. They always say add 2 wickets to the total. Things take on a very different complexion.
As much as Middlesex have come back at Kent today and this evening, it's why all day long you and I have sat here and pretty much said it's Kent, not overwhelmingly, but more than having just their noses in front, because they just needed 2 deliveries to put the pressure back onto Middlesex. They've got that. It's going to go to the wire though, isn't it? 52 to win, 3 wickets, standing 21 overs. Roland Jones still to come. If it's down to Patterson, then I think Middlesex will be nervous. He's got no competition for the number 11, I'd say. Probably in the Middlesex squad at the moment, Patterson. Obviously knows when under the bat from the other, and will do his job accordingly if he's required to for whoever he has at the other end. Middlesex will hope to do it with a little bit more to spare than that, though. 3:13 for 7. 100 overs done. This second new ball, 20 overs old. Going through the absentees for Canes, of course. Middlesex are missing Leas Deploy, their number 4, which is why Holman, the Centurion, was in there. Missing Tom Helm as well from their bowling ranks. It's a real scrap between two sides that went at it at Canterbury only a few weeks ago. The way the fixtures have turned around so quickly, it added a bit of spice to this one. The 3-day finish always seems to be quite the encounter when Middlesex play Kent.
Eskenazi just looking for somewhere where he can get a single and bring Gohar back on strike.
Up there and stroked by Eskenazi, only as far as mid-off.
Slightly curious field here for Kent. They've got 4 men round the bat, which is a good attacking move, but they've got a man out in the deep set for the sweep. I can't imagine Eskenazi playing that. He can barely stand upright. The idea of him going down on one knee and sweeping Parkinson out to deep square leg seems rather fanciful.
The other thing to remind anybody just tuning in, that Kent's being captained at the moment by the man moving from second to leg slip. Jack Leaning. Daniel Bell-Drummond's barely been on the field. In fact, I don't think he has been on the field at all today after his 250. Huge fatigue, I'd imagine, in that innings. One-legged approach from Eskenazi again. Padding up. Outside leg. They've appealed absolutely everything, and you can understand why. Kicking it away again. 13 for 7. 19 overs remain. Well, there you go. How does the back feel on that one? It didn't look or feel too good.
Interesting conversation there. Steve V. Eskenazi having a long chat with his runner as he hobbles now out towards square leg. Didn't feel as though Zafar Gohar needed to be involved in that conversation.
Used to play the songs for the batters coming out to bat, didn't they? Grandad for Eskenazi. Bless him. Umpire's got a double teapot on, but come on, Arms, give him a bit of sympathy. Single for Gohar.
Just find it interesting that Eskenazi was deep in conversation with his runner, but Zafar Gohar just happily getting on with his own devices.
Is it leg side? No, it isn't. Rob Bailey raises the finger. It's a rarity in this game, and he held that finger for a long time in certainty, I'd suggest. Umpire Bailey, they have been appealing all sorts. Both sides have. Bailey has stood firm. Eskenazi barely able to stand, has to hobble back. It's a painful watch. Just got pinned on the back foot, didn't he? Said that he's struggling to move that right leg. Once he didn't get the bat down, off he goes.
Yeah, it looks like he's just pinned on the back leg there. I think that probably would have gone on to hit leg stump. But Stevie Eskenazi unable to get his bat down in time on that. He's in all sorts of pain. He's tried his best for his team, but he's going to go back and get some more treatment and hope that Toby Rowland-Jones can do the job for him.
Well, the skipper bowled his heart out in this game. 8 wickets and bowled an awful lot to Bell Drummonds. Just couldn't displace him in that 250, and what a big 250 that is from the Kent skipper now. Middlesex are 51 runs shy of their target. 2 wickets standing. 19 overs remaining. We can't affect the scoreboard down the bottom here in terms of the overs remaining, but time is just about on Middlesex's side. 19 overs, 51 runs. Zafar Gohar and Rowland-Jones. It's not this partnership or bust. There's still Patterson to come, but in terms of trusting your batter at the other end, it's this partnership or bust. Otherwise they're going to be farming the strike heavily for Patterson. He's had some fine days in the sun here at Lord's. Fine days all around the country for Middlesex and for England. Tonight of overseas tours with England by injury. Tonight a tour down under. Cruel blow the injuries were for him. Middlesex need another day in the sun from their skipper. Two slips, keeper standing up, deep squares back. To the pads, just a little turn.
Kent been plugging away all day. They've really had to work hard for their rewards here. They arrived this morning. They needed 7 wickets. They've managed to take 5 of them. And they've just hung in there. And some fantastic batting from Holman and Davies. Have kept plugging away, and there hasn't been an obvious way of getting these wickets. They've trusted the spin of Parkinson, and they kept the close catches in for any opportunity. And now they're just 2 wickets away from victory.
Thing to say about Rowland-Jones as a batter, he started life in cricket as a batter in the Middlesex Academy as an opening bat. Grew quite literally into a fast bowler, didn't he? But he's always been measured in his batting. It's always been stroke play. He hits the ball as far as anybody, but it's not reckless. He will stand up to the task and try his best to stroke it around. Zafar Gohar, as we know, has fine batting credentials as well. Time is on their side in terms of 18 overs for 51 runs. The one thing is, they don't have much time to play themselves in that sense, just to try and settle themselves in the middle. Second new ball is 21 overs old now for Kent. I reckon this will be up there. Not much will ever top Scarborough for Rowland-Jones when he took apart a Yorkshire side that were going for a 3rd title in a row. Middlesex went on to win it that year, but it was a game at Scarborough where he and Murtagh took that very strong Yorkshire attack down and then went and bowled them out that afternoon on the final day, turning a game that was pretty much a dead rubber going into the final day of the game. Here's a big matchup. Wrist spinner to left arm finger spinner. Will Gohar be able to resist? Stroked away, there's nobody in the covers. Midoff's got to give chase. It's downhill all the way, but has he got enough on it? Get back for 3. Iverson collecting it. Deep extra cover. Well, the runs required drop below 50. It's been hanging just over 50 for an awful long time now. 48 more required for Middlesex. Just 2 wickets for Kent. Stunning early season finish here at Lord's.
Yeah, terrific game of cricket. All 4 days. Something to keep us interested. Getting a grandstand finish here. Back end of day 4. Only in county cricket. Is it possible?
Plunging forward. He'll get a big stride in, that's for sure, Roland Jones.
Ken continuing to ask questions with the fields that they're setting. Those 2 close catches on the offside again. Almost had a chance from Geddes earlier in the day.
Oh, that's leg side. Whipped, but just for a single. Roland Jones is off the mark. 47 to win. 17 and a half overs. It's a lovely ball. Beautiful from Parkinson. Slides past the outside edge. He's been ripping them back into the left-handers all day. It's pretty studious, isn't it, from Zafar Gohar and Toby Roland Jones so far. How long will they be able to maintain that and try and eke out these 47 runs? 318 Middlesex, 8 down. And the very, very good news for everybody with this watching on is that behind the media centre, that's where it's coming from. It's all looking pretty clear. Back there, we've lost 5 overs to the weather today. Would be more guilty if they came away with the win in this one.
Whoever comes away with the win here will really earned it. Both sides given everything over the course of these 4 days. No gimmies.
We'll let the police helicopter keep flying on its way then.
Zafar Gohar, of course, the other Middlesex player who's named in the PCA Team of the Month for April by virtue of 15 wickets with the ball, but those 2 half centuries as well.
Sinkmore.
And it's that ability with the bat that Middlesex will be leaning on here. 57 against Kent at Canterbury. Well, if he could serve up even half that here today, they'd be delighted.
Interested that they haven't gone to Kashif Ali here, but he's been economical for his 3 wickets, hasn't he, Everson? He's not swinging much for the medium pacer at the moment, which is a big part of his armoury. Get back for 2, 3-2-2 for 8, 41 to win for Middlesex.
Yeah, not swinging too much at all at the moment, but it has been moving off the surface throughout this game. But when the sun is shining, it tends to do a little less here at Lord's. So these are very decent batting conditions for Middlesex, but they've only got 2 wickets left in the hutch.
Oh, where's that ended up? Just short. Compton at point. Saw Crawley with his hands on his head there. Thick leading edge for Roland Jones. He scratches away at the surface. He's quite deep. Compton had a reflection, I guess, of the match situation. 43 to win, but it might have just cost him a wicket. Onto the pads this time and whipped away by Roland Jones. Lovely shot. Clipping wide of mid-arm.
Yeah, just asking a bit too much of the ball there. That one heading down the leg side, and Roland Jones happy to flick it on its way through mid-wicket.
If he's not swinging it at this pace, Everson, I do wonder whether a spinner Parkinson at one end, and if not leaning, then perhaps skiddier, quicker pace of Kashi Valley. Of course, it can go just as quick and come nicely onto the bat with Gohar and Roland Jones, but I wonder at some point will they have to try it instead. We'll see.
The question is, who does Leaning trust?
.104 bowls, 326 for 8. Parkinson, pretty sure he'll be bowling out from the pavilion end in this game. There's the card. The economy of Kashi Valley, 1.88. It's 30 overs, 5 maidens. 30 overs, 16 overs. 5 maidens, 30 runs.
Yeah, Kashi Valley you'd think would be the man to come and have another blast from the nursery end. George Garrett seemingly hit a wall at the end of his last spell, and Jamal Richards on loan from Essex, but not really being given much work at all here by Jack Leaning. Just a 2-over spell.
Oh, he's given that some real airtime. Roland Jones has got to get back and throw at the stumps. It misses. That was a desperate scramble to dive back in for the Middlesex skipper. I'm not sure he'd have made it. It was more a fall to get back in sheer desperation at the end. Oh, he might just have made it.
He went a long way down. He thought there was an easy single. Zafar Gohar decided otherwise. Just manages to get back.
There's a few smiles out there, just about. From Roland Jones as well. Crawley at slip. Umpire had a bit of a smile. It's a fair old contest between Roland Jones and Jack Leaning, wasn't there? I'm just thinking the amount of words that might be fired back at the Middlesex captain here.
They've got the 2 catchers in close on front of square on the leg side and the slip, bowling that ball into the footmarks outside the off stump, and it's turning sharply from outside off stump.
Nicely done. Single's been there, hasn't it, for the left-hander? That was how Holman got to his century. we've got the runs to win on the bottom now, the balls remaining. Once it gets to 16.4 overs, it drops to this down the bottom. Sorry, 100 deliveries. It drops to this down the bottom. Oh, has that taken the inside edge? No.
Ball going on with the arm there. Not much turn at all off the straight. It's all been out of those footmarks. So Roland Jones pushing forward, just slipping past the inside edge away down the leg side. But they've kept those catches in, have Kent, throughout today. Parkinson's done a wonderful job. He's got 3 wickets, so too Joey Everson.
Kashif coming to talk him through it. How long will Everson be given? He's going at just over 3s, hunting a fifer, and he's bowled really well throughout this game. Just wonder in the sunshine, with no real swing, or no swing at all to speak of. Only a little bit of seam movement, but sort of a pace enough to worry Gohar or Roland Jones. Keeper stood up. It's a deep square and a long leg. Deep point set back as well. Two slips in place. 4 on the single. Can they nudge and nurdle at Middlesex? There's one.
Everson, you think now, really wants to try and operate outside the off stump here with Roland Jones. Anything straight, and he's shown that he's capable of finding that near side boundary in front of the grandstand. We've got 2 slips and protection out in the offside.
Poor old Ryan Higgins was run out backing up today, wasn't he? Just kept on walking. The umpire had taken evasive action and had turned away, and Higgins just turned, went to ground the bat, didn't get it there, and just kept on walking back to the pavilion. The day and age of these pesky streams, of course, you don't get away with much as a cricketer, do you? So you have to be honest. It's clipped only as far as mid-wicket. A tumbling stop.
I feel like that's slightly high risk bowling from Everson. That boundary is so close on that leg side, and he has to beat the man at mid-wicket for it to run away. 37 needed. Not a lot to play with.
Felt a little uppish from Roland Jones, but didn't go too hard at it. Deep mid-wicket dropping back. They're giving Roland Jones the single here at the end of the over. They clearly want to bowl at the Middlesex captain, which is an extraordinary thing to say, but Gohar is a very good bat. 7 for 23. Remember that these two are down at 9 and 10. Very low positions for both of these because Henry Brooks was the night watch in this game. So Both dropping down, while Middlesex, who over the years, so many years really, have played the wicket keeper at 6. Would have been a 7, Roland Jones at 8. So there's plenty of experience and a whole heap of talent inside of both of those, but it's pressure. Just 2 wickets. Pats to come. Parkinson on for a 5 as well. Played really well in this innings. Kept the heat on all day. Clouds over at Lords, but the weather is certainly playing its part. Just the 5 overs lost to rain today. A delayed start by 10 minutes. Lunch was brought a little earlier by a shower. A little bit lost in the afternoon, but overall we've been pretty lucky today with the weather. Change of angle. Middlesex squeeze a single. May have been 2 there, but they just don't want to run out right now. They do have time on their side. Middlesex managed to turn a game themselves earlier this season against Lancashire here at Lords when they were 9 for 3 in their second innings, best part of 100 runs behind. Max Holden with a big ton in that one. Middlesex were just 2 shy of their victory, 2 wickets shy. Victory in that game as Lancashire hung on in the end. Got 2 wickets to play with here.
Parkinson continually asking questions, testing both edges of the bat. There is space out there in the offside for Gohar.
Offering a shot. So no run taken. 3-3-0 for 8. 330 for 8 Middlesex, and again winning inside 3 days at Canterbury, where Middlesex were heavily on top in that game. Again, chased down 318 to win by 8 wickets. Big turnaround down there, and they turned this one around from 129 all out on the first day. Middlesex 158 for 4 that first evening in reply. They've turned the game on its head, but it's Middlesex trying to find one final twist in the championship encounters between these sides this season. It's a shame actually that they won't have any more, that it's done already, but the fact that these games also came in quick succession I think has added to the tension out there. Middlesex will know 2 defeats to Kent, relegated last year, will really hurt their chances of finishing in the top 2 this year. Victory for them though will tie right up behind Leicestershire, who are flying high at the top at the moment, the Foxes. And the next visitors to Lords a week Friday. Side edge, single for Roland Jones. doing well, standing, keeping that back foot down. Benjamin standing up. We talked about the slope here at Lords. It's one of the ones that went wrong for Garrett, wasn't it? He got one way down the leg side for 4. Oh, that's a beaut. Just past the edge. Gohar drawn into the drive.
Yeah, that's really well bowled from Everson. Still able to find just a little something out there. Keep those 2 slip fielders interested.
A little fuller. A little more watchful from Gohar on that one. Just about all right for Everson. Parkinson had on a couple of overs back to Gohar around the wicket. Four more runs. Big cry of no. Made sure they got that one right. End of the 108th. 27 on this second new ball. 3-3, 1 for 8 Middlesex.
Nicely played by Zafar Gohar there, last ball of the over. He has looked very confident and very comfortable out in the middle from the moment he walked out there. Roland Jones as well hasn't looked in too much trouble, but they will both know just how precarious the situation is. Just 2 wickets required for Kent. Still another 34 runs for Middlesex. And Matt Parkinson to continue. He has put in a heck of a shift for Kent today. He has been seriously impressive with his control. And he always tries to give it a rip. And he's been patient. He's worked hard for his 3 wickets thus far. And he's tinkered with the field now. He's put a man short on the 45, is just a little deeper for the top edge sweep, you'd think.
All gets through for a single. Leaning, rolls over the top of it, ruefully returns, retreats to collect the ball. Oh, Gohar goes hard at it, and it goes down at short leg. Mieye, it bounces back out.
Well, this one could have gone anywhere. It went straight at Mieye off the inside edge, but hit too firmly to hold on.
Go hard or go home, isn't that what they say?
Well, the pressure had been building, and in the end Zafar Gohar made the decision to go for this one. And the 2 short legs positioned for something off the inside edge. It came, but just a little too fast to hold on. Gohart, not to be tempted. He's already had a swing, didn't come off. He's been warned.
Squirts off the inside edge all along the floor for a single. He can do it in singles, Middlesex, but it's the pressure, isn't it? 3-3-3 for 8, a famous score here at Lords, of course. 3:33. Some North East went past that the first game of last season. There's been plenty of famous encounters for old Father Time to look down on. Just coming up to 5:45.
There's still plenty of time for Middlesex or Kent to win this game. You could just see the pressure telling on the game management, the decision making there for Zafar Gohart. He's got to face up to Joey Everson now.
There's another single. I think about 2, but Richards quick on that boundary rope, gets around. 21-year-old, he won't forget his championship debut on loan from Essex. Scored some really valuable runs in that partnership with Bell Drummond.
Yeah, and he's taken a really important catch as well to get rid of Jack Davies for 59, just when the game was really slipping away from Kent. He held on. Parkinson with that wicket.
He's not given him much, Everson. We did question if it's not swinging, is he the right man to be out there bowling it, but he's not giving them an inch, is he? The light is dipping here at the moment. Don't expect any trouble at all with rain. The floodlights on a couple of times today, they're not on at the moment. I think there's enough lighter sky around Lords that the umpires aren't worried down in the middle about it.
Everson accounted for Stevie Eskenazi bowling wicket to wicket. LBW looking for something similar here against Roland Jones, but Roland Jones fit enough to cash in if it's 2 leg side.
It's leg side. Midland off on show, imploring the umpire by Bailey.
From over the wicket, heading down leg side, maybe even a little high as well. Not much going for that one.
Oh, edged, out of reach, 2 slips in place. A welcome boundary for Roland Jones of Middlesex.
Looking for the drive there. Toby Roland Jones just manages to squeeze it past that second slip. They've got protection out there on the offside, but not that fine. Much appreciated, much needed boundary. Middlesex brings the target under 30.
the sun's just made to Lords. It was absolute gloom a second ago. Glorious sunshine now, the more glorious for Middlesex as the victory would be if they can get there. That edge it might just have carried to a staggered third slip, might, depending on who the third slip is as much as anything. Some will stand that little bit further forward. Now Zafar Gohar with something in his eye. We saw Parkinson with a bit of dust blow up it. It's been one for the spin bowlers to bowl into, those footholds and the puffs of dust that have been coming up.
I have to say there hasn't been a huge amount of luck for Kent today in terms of chances and catches, and the ball bouncing just shy of Crawley at one attempt, just shy of Benjamin the keeper of another attempt.
It certainly seemed a lot less today, hasn't it? The first 3 days really, there was Middlesex felt they were a little unlucky yesterday in that they felt they bowled well and chances just didn't fall for them. Similarly, beat the edge a lot, I think they said in the overnight interview. A couple of LBWs had big appeals on, but certainly hasn't seemed offered as much for the seam as it's offering a bit for the spinners though.
And I do wonder whether it's worth getting another catcher in there on the offside. The ball bouncing out of those marks, those foot marks.
It's a lovely ball again. I was just going to say, can they soak up these dot balls from Parkinson and score the singles at the other end? But he's carried in quite the threat. That was oh so close.
And as we've seen throughout from the straight, not a huge amount of turn. Nicely played though by Gohar. I wonder what he's thinking now about whether or not to take the attack to Parkinson. He had a dip at one in the last over. Will he try again?
Just reckon that Roland Jones, well, Gohar as well, they're probably thinking the way the field's set for Everson at the moment. So nudging and nurdling, can they nudge and nurdle their way through this 27? Not sure they'll do it against Parkinson. Now that is tight. He hasn't got as far across on that one as he has on a few others. Gohar walks towards square leg, taking a big few deep breaths there, I reckon. Is there a little tickle on that?
Well, that did look pretty close. Well worth an appeal there from Parkinson.
Driving for a single Gohar. Goodness me, he was quick to the non-strikers in there. 11 for Gohar, he'll keep the strike. Calling for a drink. Was there a little tickle? Did he just get outside the line of off? Watch that front pad. Might have beaten it alright, but he might have just. He's been given benefit of the doubt there, hasn't he?
Well, I'll tell you something. The umpire suggested that it was going down the leg side. I thought when Parkinson asked him. I'm not sure I agree with that one. I think that Zafar Gohar might have been a little fortunate there. Looked like it hit him in line. And as I was talking about that, it wasn't turning extravagantly off the straight. There was a little bit there, but certainly didn't feel like it was going to slide down the leg side. But the umpire's opinion, the only one that matters, and Parkinson absolutely exasperated, pleading for the LBW. And I can understand why.
Just trying to work it out here. There's 5 overs from the pavilion end. 4 from the nursery.
Just have a look at this. Goes up and you can see a little bit of that off stump, and you can see the leg stump just over the shoulder there. Umpire says no. Parkinson can't believe it. He can't believe it, and then the umpire there just shows he thinks it's going down the leg side. Not sure it was.
I don't think it was at all. I think, if anything, he's got away with it completely because the umpire's given it out for a different reason, but at best he might have just got outside the line of off.
But the tension and the drama just building to a crescendo here. Still 9 overs remaining. Kent need 2 wickets. Middlesex need 26 runs. This ding-dong battle here at Lord's coming to a conclusion right at the last.
Short mid-wicket, 2 slips. Deep point, deep square and long leg are back. Yeah, 5 overs left at the nursery end, 4 at the pavilion for Parkinson. Where do they find these 26 runs? If they're going at 3 over against Everson, that's 15 of them. They'd still have to find another 10 of the 4 overs that Parkinson's bowling at the other end, and he's racking up the maidens at the moment, isn't he?
Do wonder whether they're going to turn to Kashif Ali at some point. I think there's 5 more overs, well 4 more overs to come after this from the nursery end.
But it must be on their mind though, where are we going to score these runs? If they're not scoring against Parkinson, then they're going to have to take the risk against Everson. He's keeping it wicket to wicket at the moment. It's almost a case of who blinks first here, Middlesex. Do they start to open up, and if they do, maybe they go back to a quicker bowler.
Second slip's come out now, just the 1 slip. 2 men catching in front of square, but a bit more protection on the leg side. That near side boundary with a deep mid wicket.
Mid on pretty deep as well. Oh, and he gives it some width. Just drag that one down outside off slightly, Everson.
Cat and mouse out there. Both teams fancy their chances. A 27-run partnership so far for the 9th wicket, and they've done it very sensibly indeed.
Single again. That's what I mean, that for Everson at the moment, they're getting 3 and over, just finding that angle to get the singles. But at the other end, they're not getting the runs. 4 overs to come from the nursery end. 4 to come from the pavilion. Where are they going to find those extra runs?
If they keep moving along like this, take it as deep as they can, at some point they are going to have to take a risk.
How the nerves. Injured duo on the right there, Lias Deploy missing for this game. A big man at number before. Eskenazi injured next to him. Hard to see him being available in a week's time for the Leicestershire game. Never know, it was a back spasm as opposed to perhaps something even more serious.
Parkinson really wants Gohar to push at it into that vacant space on the offside.
Oh, ouch! Into the abdomen.
Beautiful bowling from Parkinson. He's been doing that all day. Really has been wonderful to watch.
Just up into the rib, wasn't it, off that top pad? 50 on deliveries faced now by Zafar Gohar. He has batted well. They are going to have to eke out these runs somewhere. Width and cut. There'll be at least a couple. Crawley gives chase. Roland Jones was there and ready to go, but it was only 2. Settles himself once more, Gohar. He's kept his nerves so well apart from that one big swing. Squeezes another single. It does, you do just wonder. Tension's getting to everybody here. Poor old Dino's kicked his knee off the desk, jumping out of his chair at the latest single. Oh, it's horrible when that happens on these desks at Lords. Got a horrible metal bit right at the
I didn't know I had a funny bone in my knee.
Inside edge again, I think. Yeah, look at Roland Jones's response, as if to say, "Come on." There you go. Look at Roland Jones's face. He'd be doing exactly the same, and he has been throughout the game. Oh, that was given some air. I thought that bat was going to come swinging through from Roland Jones there. 3 off the over. 3, 4, 5 for 8 Middlesex. 20 runs, 2 wickets. Live enhanced stream here from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. I'm Kevin Hands, alongside me Dean Wilson. Just about.
Yeah.
You back with us?
Yeah. Knees recovered rather quickly. Might still be hobbling like Eskenazi later, but for now, all focus on these 2 Middlesex batters. They've put on 31 together, and they're inching their team towards victory. Just 20 required now.
Well, we said who will blink first. They've gone to Kashif Ali, 5 maidens, number 30 off 16.
This is the move then. Kashif Ali, a little bit of extra pace, and they're giving him a very similar looking field here. Just the one slip and a fine gully. Catcher in front of square on mid wicket.
Single down to long leg, they're thinking 2, and back they come. It's an easy game from up here. I wondered if Everson wasn't swinging the ball, would he be the right man to go to, but actually he was keeping it so tight and so economical. I just wonder, was it left to Middlesex to make the move, swing the bat, but now Kashif Ali, those nudges and nurdles, will the runs come quicker?
Yeah, and a real sign of positive intent there from Gohar, coming down the track to Ali. Already looks very comfortable against slightly increased pace.
It'll shuffle again. rides the bounce to gully. Did Kashi Valley just see that shuffle coming once more?
The keeper standing up to Everson. Zephyr rooted to the crease, but he's got the freedom to try and get at the ball, use the pace of the ball. 2 men out deep on the leg side. One backward point on the boundary as well.
It's Rawalpindi versus Lahore at Lords. 1 test each for Pakistan, these two. Oh, and very nearly bragging rights to Rawalpindi there. Inside edge, could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, that ball just nipping back down the slope with the angle. Just tucked Zafar Gohar up, trying to get at the ball, but managing just to keep that one out. Fascinating contest.
It's a good comeback, this, from Kashif Ali, isn't it? He's had to be right back on the spot straight away. Clips for the 2, start of the over. Roland Jones, sure dearly love to get on strike here against a bit of pace. Feel that ball coming onto the bat. We said it's not seaming as much today. No swing out there. Only great note at the moment. Short boundary on the leg side as it would be for right-hander Roland Jones, and boy has he got long levers, as he's proved time and time again over the years. Oh yes, no! Mieye doesn't pick it up cleanly. Nearly met in the middle to shake hands on it. Top ball to end the over, just the 2 off it. Well, bringing Kashif Ali back, he's 1 cheaper per over than Everson was throughout his last spell, where he was going at 3 and over. So in that sense it wasn't a costly move, and it's still a matter of who blinks first. 3, 4, 7 for 8.
Middlesex would have thought that they had everything going their way when they started this game, dismissing Kent for just 129, but here we are on day 4, right at the back end with everything to play for. That's the magic of first-class cricket.
Balcony door shut on the Kent dressing room there. Just out of reach. I wonder, can Zafar Gohar continue to see off Parkinson, and then maybe Roland Jones tries to take on Kashif Ali. Side, yeah, he thought he was in play again for a moment, just a single. 16 to win. I think I just about made feet up on the in the dressing room, 2 pairs of feet up inside the dressing room there. Relaxed, laid back. Bale Drummond needs his feet up. Clearly he's been off the field today, fatigue we think. After his big knock, which put Kent in the position to win this game after a rough first day. What a final day it's been from both. A little bit of width on that. Roland Jones able to back away, give himself space, and he's found the boundary. Richards can't get there, running around. It's a short boundary into the offside. The eyes would have lit up there for the Middlesex captain as soon as he saw that little bit of width.
Yeah, fantastic shot there from Roland Jones. Just a hint too short from Parkinson, and on a slow surface gave Roland Jones all the time he needed to rock onto the back foot.
That bat face was going to do something else there. Shuts the door. Roland Jones on that one. And yeah, credit to Kent no matter what happens here, because the pitch has not done as much for the bowlers today as it has throughout the rest of the match, particularly the seamers. Middlesex made a chance of it. It was a moment for Mieye there, but Roland Jones had angled that bat enough that it wasn't going to carry. Just
another ball dropping just short of the Kent fielders. They've not had much luck in that department today. It's not been a case of chances hitting the turf, but lots of near misses with balls bouncing just in front. That was another one. But Parkinson bowled 36 overs now, and he's done a terrific job, just dropping a little short in that over. Released a bit of pressure. Just 12 needed now. This 9th wicket pair doing some job for Middlesex. Closing in.
Oh, that's close. That's very close. Not out. The little shuffle again from Zafar Gohar gets out of his crease. Did he just get outside the line of off?
Huge appeal there from Kent, and rightly so. Looks like it was pretty close to being in line, despite the advancement of Zafar Gohar.
What we've seen in this match is absolute consistency, it has to be said, from the umpires. There have been some big calls, and that was another one. They have resisted the temptation. There's been a lot of appealing in this game, an awful lot of appealing. The umpires have stood very, very firm and very consistent. Seagull that just blew in front of the camera there. Fortunately, that wasn't a wicket ball or a boundary. It's a seagull.
And I just wonder whether this ball didn't quite get up as much as well. Oh, it looks like it hit him on the shin. Don't think height was an issue. It was just a question. Are we saying that it hit the bat? Well,
they've been tight on that off stump all match long. They've been really, really tight. And Middlesex, when they talked about feeling that they're going to need a little bit of luck going their way today, I think that may have just been a slight nod to the umpires to say, be consistent. Consistency, I think, across the 4 days is just about balancing it out, but that was very, very tight.
Well, the umpire suggesting that he might have hit it, but I think that was mightily close. Anyway, not out to the decision. 12 needed.
Just fell across in the end as well, didn't he? We're super slow-moing it up here. Zafar Gohar, he gave that little shuffle forward, but also on being struck, he just fell across into the offside. Might have helped him, might have saved him.
26 balls remaining, and still a case of if they can get one, Kent know that they've still got a really good chance of forcing the win here. Middlesex are so close as well.
This goes to the winning run, there's no doubt about it. Oh, a snorter from Kashif Ali. No Pakistan love in the middle there.
How about this for a delivery? Glove right in front of the grill. He actually plays it pretty well in the end. The ball just bouncing in front of him.
Come out of your crease to that one, Zafar. Five top balls at this stage of the game. Brilliant control from Kashif Ali. Shuffle again, and a maiden for Kashif Ali. Well, we said he's been keeping it tight. That's his 6th maiden in 18. None for 32. Roland Jones to have strike. 4 overs, 12 runs. 2 wickets standing.
This game has had absolutely everything. Some terrific batting, some high-class bowling, and then the tension on the last day. Game going right down to the wire. Still have absolutely no idea who's going to win this game after 4 days of heart and soul contest.
It really has. That was the mark of the first game of the season between Lancashire and Middlesex. They went back at each other over and over again, and a draw in the end was actually fitting, that neither side gave it up. Just both had the ascendancy at various points. It was a brilliant way to start the season, and it's carrying on here in Division 2, which at the moment is bubbling up across the country. Leicestershire at the top, Derbyshire undefeated. Lancashire and Kent have favourites to go back up, but Middlesex are in it as well. This game could play a big part though already early in the season. Middlesex 1 win to their name, 1 defeat and a couple of draws. They're still blocking Parkinson out. He's got 12 of the 24 deliveries to bowl. They've got to find 12 runs from somewhere, and Kashif Ali has just bowled a maiden. They're going to have to blink, aren't they? I just wonder, is it Roland Jones get on strike against Kashif Ali, and will he go for it against the pace? So wary against the spin. Deep mid-off. Mid-on's retreated. There's a deep mid-wicket. Deep point back. Oh, width. And he's missed out. And he got 4 away in the last over. They've almost been waiting for the mistake to this stage. That was 1, but he didn't get hold of it. Does that change the mindset at all? Whipping that one, just a single. 2 to come of the over. I do wonder if it'll be the next over. If Zafar Gohar can block out this over now to Parkinson, as the way it's played. Will Roland Jones try and take on the pace in the next over on that short boundary?
You just wonder, will Gohar try and take Parkinson down again? He tried it once before.
Just don't do it with 2 balls left to the over. Do it with 1 ball if you're going to do it, Zafar. It's almost a free hit at the end of the over, because it is getting to that point that they will have to make their move soon, Middlesex. Whips that one for a single. Roland Jones find the strike. I just think with 3 overs to go, if Roland Jones can get on strike against Kashif Ali, that's the over that's got to go. He can't leave it to the last over, and I doubt they want to try and do it against Parkinson.
1 ball left.
Flight, driven just stroked by Roland Jones. A maiden last up for Kashif Ali. I'm sure Roland Jones might just say to Zafar here, find me a single. And see if he can eye up that short boundary which you can see in the background. That's the grandstand. Look at the difference. That's a sweet pickup. It's a simple pickup for Roland Jones, the short side, if he gets it right.
There was 51 required when these two came together. So still a huge amount of work to be done now. Just 10 more needed. They've worked so hard to get into this position. Captain Toby Roland Jones, Zafar Gohar. They've put in a shift here.
Do you remember when we said the draw was out the window?
Nobody wants to see a draw here today, or a tie. One of these teams you feel is going to make a move.
No run. Can he just open the face? Can he just find the angle? Come on, we can say it on mic, Tino. We're working it out. Is there a way that Middlesex actually get into that final over and think a defeat is all too costly in terms of one defeat already to Kent, that they can't afford at this stage of the season to lose another one?
You just feel, though, that they've worked so hard to get themselves into this position to try and force the win. They've given themselves a chance to win this game. You would think they've got to try and take it, take the chance.
This is such good bowling from Kashif Ali. Throwing the ball. Well, there you go. Does that give us an idea of the mindset?
I think this pair feel capable. They've batted for 38 and 69 balls respectively, Roland Jones and Zafar. They've done a terrific job for their team. Surely they will have a dart at trying to get over the line.
There's the edge. Now, did that carry? Short leg had come up, that delivery to keep him in his crease, that he didn't shuffle. Hands on head for Kashif Ali. An edge from Zafar Gohar, but did it carry? I think it did, looking at the reactions. Oh no, just short.
Once again, so close for Kent. So many balls dropping just in front of fielders. But got a hand on it to save the boundary. So that was a shot there from Zafar Gohar. He played the drive, looking to pierce the field. So they're going to try and get over the line here. That's for sure.
It's really well bowled once again by Kashif Ali. And it's going to have to be against Parkinson or in the final over. Well, he could do it in these next two deliveries, but again, thoughts for Roland Jones. You get to the end of the over and you think, the only Patterson's come. Whatever you do, don't swing on the penultimate ball. Then have Patterson facing that last ball. For the two set batters out there, you're thinking for your mate, don't leave them stranded at the other end. Kashif Ali giving them nothing. That short leg's in to stop the charge of Zafar. warning him Kashif will drop it short. Just like that. But that's nice, he tickled off the ribs. Thinking about 2, no, says Zafar Gohar. Roland Jones has strike. He's not faced Kashif Ali yet. Can he swing at this ball? I really thought if he got an over against Kashif Ali, he might go after the pace, but I'm not sure he'll want to swing at it. 13 balls still. It is as though they've waited for Kent to make the mistake. There was that ball in the last over, wasn't there, from Parkinson, that was just dragged down wide. And Jones didn't get it away. Of course, right-handed, left-handed, will it be Kashif Ali that makes the mistake here and doesn't get it right?
Field set deep now. Kashif Ali versus Roland Jones. Short boundary to the leg side.
Oh, he's gone straight. Roland Jones keeps it out. 12 balls left, 7 to win. 2 wickets standing, 358 for 8.
Well, looks like we're going to have the match up then with the leg spinner bowling to the left-handed Zafar Gohar. Decisions. Does he try and find that short boundary on the leg side? Does he try and pierce the field? Play something aggressive through the offside. They've got catchers in. The tension is palpable. Big conversations going on between Parkinson, leaning, Roland Jones and Zafar Gohar in equally earnest conversation, trying to work out how they're going to get these last 7 runs from the 2 overs remaining. They've come up with a plan. Little glove punch. Now they just have to execute it. Let's see what field they go with now.
Long on's going back. Are they going to have a look at this? A long on, and is it going to be a straight mid-wicket? I thought they were almost going to have a mid-on and then a wide long on, but
lots of protection on the ropes now.
Offering in the single. Resisted, but he gets it away in the offsides. Roland Jones. Just mentioned off the mic that 4-7-2 that Middlesex chased here against Yorkshire. The tension wasn't like this though, because it was just an extraordinary. Once they got going and they kept going. The only thing that was against them was ever the size of it, but at 2-4-1 unbeaten by Chris Rogers. As Fraser saying, the best innings he'd seen by a Middlesex batter. Oh, that's a beaut. So close. Now, of course, we're saying, will Middlesex make the mistake to bring the wicket, but there's also the chance that Parkinson or Kashif Ali produce a beaut. Backs away, doesn't get it through. 2 close fielders in the offside. Slip, short leg. It's those 2 fielders there that Roland Jones has been front and back foot, not able to get it past in the last couple of overs. Given some air, just fine at the fielder. He strokes this one, finds the gap for a single. 5 to win. 8 deliveries. Well, I tell you what, block this one if you're Zafar Gohar, and then you get a free swing. They're taking this right to the wire, Middlesex. Right to the wire. Nudge it back, Zaf, and then swing hard.
Another conversation between Roland Jones and Zafar Gohart. Trying to work out plan of action here.
He's got to just push this one back, surely. Down the track, pushes it back, but only just. This is the ball. This is the ball that he could win it. Hit him with the spin to that short boundary.
3 men out.
Even if he falls to this. Steps across, swings big, and swings all the way for 6 for the Middlesex victory. They've taken it to the wire, they've taken it so calmly, they've plodded their way to the final shot of the match, which goes for 6 with an over to spare, 2 wickets. Boy, the relief. Well, that was calculated and that was brilliant. It was cool, it was calm, it was collected. And Middlesex claim the victory, they claim the points. It's 1 apiece between Kent and Middlesex. They played 2 brilliant matches so far this season. And here at Lord's, they have served up something very, very special.
Zafar Gohart down on one knee. He was waiting for the chance. And he plants it into the grandstand. Look at the celebrations there. The Middlesex faithful, they've been royally entertained here on this 4th and final day. And an unbroken 55-run stand between skipper Toby Rowland-Jones and Zafar Gohart sees them home by 2 wickets. Terrific performance from Middlesex.
I mean, the calculation of that was quite brilliant. We were up here ticking it down, weren't we? How are they going to do it? Last ball of the over here, last ball of the over there. It'll be interesting to know at the end, and they'll be asked just how calculated was it to that delivery. They got it there, and it was 1 hit away, and it was 1 hit that he managed as well. Absolutely brilliant. And I tell you what, just before we cut back there from the replays as well, the congratulations from Kent for Middlesex. They know they've played a brilliant game here, as we said. Somebody had to lose, somebody was most likely to lose this one. It was going to be tough because they have played an absolute beaut, Kent and Middlesex here at Lord's. It's Middlesex that take the points. They take the plaudits as well, of course, but you have to give a huge amount of credit to Kent, who were 129 all out in that first innings, 473 in their second dig. And there's Adam Hollyoake, who's getting a lot of credit right now as the Kent coach for managing to get them to play some brilliant, aggressive and bold cricket. And that's how Kent have come back into this one. It was how they came back into that match at Canterbury as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Plaudits all round for both teams. Adam Hollyoake really proud of his team there, letting them know, Simon Cook behind him, letting them know they've put up a great fight here at Lord's. They looked like they were gone for all money on that first day, bowled out for 129, but double 100 for their captain Daniel Bell-Drummond put them into a position where they could really challenge for victory. But it was his opposite number, Toby Rowland-Jones perhaps, who's played the strongest hand here. 8 wickets with the ball, and then absolutely ice cold with the bat. 23 not out in that partnership with Zafar Gohart. Terrific game here at Lord's across 4 days, and Middlesex, the team that finished victorious.
And that's some mettle from Rowland-Jones, is saying Zafar Gohart at the end. Just 2 wickets standing, but both sides. We said Hall blink first. It went all the way down to 7 balls left of the match. You think of Kashif Ali coming back with that maiden, Parkinson. They just kept it going. They pushed each other all the way. It really was quite the fantastic game of cricket, this one, and a big win for the season, I think, for Middlesex, their second win of the season. If Kent had have gone 2 for 2, it could have been really tough to see Middlesex coming back for a promotion spot this season.
Yeah, absolutely. There are stories all the way through that innings, because we talk about Zafar Gohart and Toby Rowland-Jones at the end, but what about Luke Holman? Luke Holman with his maiden first-class 103, batting at 4 for Middlesex. He down to 5 in this second innings because of the night watchman Henry Brooks, but 103 for him, a crucial innings, and the partnership that he put on together with Jack Davies, really took a huge bite out of this chase. And in the end, as well as Kent played, as well as they bowled, as well as they stuck to their task, it was Middlesex who just had enough here on the final day.
Well, you think of the way that the two went at each other as well. Obviously, there's a lot made quite rightly of those that are missing for Kent in the bowling lineup. Dujan, the overseas, but also Gilchrist and Grant Stewart, who over the years has been an absolute thorn in the Middlesex side. Middlesex also depleted without Tom Helm and Lewis Deploy, the two biggest names for them. There's the partnerships. I tell you what, the other thing as well, so often you sit here and say you're not going to do a chase like this in bits and pieces. Now that's not bits and pieces. The 93 from Holman and Davies in particular, but 52. It's a 50 partnership as well at the end from Zafar and Roland Jones to see that one home, which is quite extraordinary. Well, that is it here at Lord's. Tino, did you see that coming when you turned up this morning?
Well, you could only dream of a finish like that. Full day's play, and right up until the end, we didn't have a clue which team was going to win it, and that's what you want from your live sport. Just absolutely thrilling cricket. 4-day cricket at its best, Kevin. Can we have some more, please?
Yeah, plenty more. Well, next one here at Lord's, the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Dapperbet, is the visit of Leicestershire, who are top of the table. Five played now for Middlesex as well, so they tighten up on this one also. Dean Wilson, thanks very much for your company. Very much enjoyed it over the 4 days, and also for Dave Fulton from the stream team and myself, Kevin Hand, here at Lord's. It's a very good night to you all as Middlesex wrap up this one by 2 wickets. Or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't. He has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball. Second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have, ball, catch, throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
This holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.